It's amazing how quickly the Baldur's Gate 3 romance drama just ended right before the stream started. Oh,
They did have a different design for him in the beginning, but they went with the longer hair, kind
He
of.
was ugly.
I actually haven't
okay.
seen that.
Well,
I like the short hair.
thankfully, we don't have a whole bunch of romance issues in this game, which happens to be Adventures in Athoria here on the Black Tower Stories.
Woo!
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. It's Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. We're getting towards the end of January. I know. It's like just started 2024 and we're already like almost a month down. It's great. As a reminder, this Thursday on the 25th, 8 p.m. Central, we have Adjacent with Jace. I believe Rab is slated to be there.
Yeah.
And so hopefully that will be an awful lot of fun. We don't have any other announcements, so I guess we'll just jump into it. So, when last we left off, at chapter 107, you guys had spent some time at Sweet Nut Manor, signed up for a tournament that's apparently going on in the city and will start soon. You guys also were having some conversations about what is going to be going on next. And then you guys had an interesting idea about the potential for attacks perpetrated against your group. Decided to do a little bit of investigation and found out that one of the goblins that was brought in by Gorbeck, specifically Milton, the reliable goblin, was actually not a goblin. He was a barb devil named Volmalath, who served Marbaxis and basically has been following Gorbeck a little while away after killing Milton and taking his spot. Thankfully for you guys, you ruined a perfectly wonderful combat encounter that involved summoning demons in the middle of the night to attack you guys in your sleep. So thank you for that. As a dungeon master, I say fuck you, but yeah, yay for you, I guess. And then you guys had a conversation with Volmalath, got a little bit of information, and agreed that Volmalath was going to go report to Marbaxis and then meet up so that you guys could come up with some kind of Fey enforceable pact to resolve this issue. Volmalath disappeared after failing to try and drag Gorbeck back with him. And now it is the evening of the 31st, presuming that you guys didn't want, unless you guys wanted to just skip ahead to the 32nd. Not sure what you guys want to do there. Where you guys, at this point in time, are just trying to figure out your next steps. And whether or not you think Volmalath and, more bigly, Marbaxis can be trusted.
After Volmalath had left, I said that I was gonna go try to distribute like hidden messages. That way we could not get caught with our pants down again.
Yeah.
So
you guys,
take a while.
You guys sent out, you know, called up everyone in the address book and said, hey, by the way, you know, if we somehow die, here's, you know, finger, he did it, and here's the proof. But yes, did you guys have anything you guys wanted to do, finish up on the 31st, or you were just going to skip ahead to the 32nd?
I think we can skip ahead.
I want to read the contract exactly.
We haven't gotten a contract.
There isn't a contract yet.
We threatened.
The promise was that that you guys threatened Volmalath. He was going to go back to Marbaxis.
No, the contract that I am under, the pay pact, the one that we have made with
the Getch.
Yes. It was
that,
and and whatever the one that we have done.
It was verbal. It wasn't like a written contract. A fake or a geish is like a command.
The geisha, I understand that, yes, but I'm saying, but it is under the rules of whatever the contract is, right? The one that we have signed and done.
So, to be fair, I went back and looked at the video where we made the verbal contract, and I purposely left it open to interpretation to make sure that you don't leave us or abandon us or harm our plight whenever we're trying to do something. Which is why I said, DM, I'm gonna leave it up to you on whether or not you think what you're doing or your actions would be have a negative impact towards the guild or the party. So there's no like written confines. I can send you what I said, but you'll see that it's very open-ended and up to the interpretation.
Well, yeah, but for me, as Gorbeck, my interpretation would be whatever our paper is that Vixal and I, and all of us did. That's my interpretation. He's all. Frick me.
This needs to be like, at this point in time, we just got to do a drinking game.
Don't do that because we will all be drunk because he likes to talk.
I'll say it wrong.
He likes to talk today's period, and it's going to.
Oh yeah, that's also another thing. Like, it doesn't. We can't do that because people shouldn't drink. Actually, I shouldn't drink either.
Water. Drinking.
I will
water.
survive you all.
Sun-kissed.
Except for me.
Mountain Dew.
I don't know.
Do we have that wherever that paper is? That's what I would like to read.
I kind of think
And so
I don't
we'll
think
assume
we signed
that
the contract. I think we just have skipped most of that portion.
That's right, because part of the reason that Gorbeck was supposed to be coming over was to finalize the contract for your employment. That, I do not believe, has actually been signed yet.
Okay.
Partially because Caleb was not present. So you guys do still need to do that. That's right. And you cried. Other recap: you cried like a little bitch when Caleb hugged you.
Well, yeah, of course. Who wouldn't?
DM. Do I feel that Starkiller is capable of speaking outside of the atonement or attunement? Or is this one of those where it just talked to me during that specific period of time to set like rules? I'm just curious because there's questions that I have that I either need to direct to you or I need to speak to the sword about.
The Starkiller has not reached out with any telepathy previously, though you probably would have picked up from Calum's kind of general talking of stuff over the time that typically if a sword is powerful enough to actually verbalize, that ability usually comes with telepathy, and so it is possible that it can reach out. Normally, if it's reserved only to you, the communication is more emotional or concepts rather than actual words.
Okay.
So likely. But I guess if Yandere has spent any actual time with it, yeah, like if you ask, Starkiller will tell you, it's like, yeah, well, I can.
Yeah, I haven't yet.
People, but why would I?
Yeah, I haven't yet.
Okay.
So Gorbeck, we need to probably finish the contract then.
I'm gonna grab paper and go back to my room.
You don't have a room here. You're sharing a room.
With who?
Kelmac.
And the other goblins.
Grab the paper,
But
grab
look,
my boys.
You
and go
guys have
back
a
to the
little bit
room
more room
with
now.
Kelmac.
One less goblin.
Okay, Eric, I want to hear how the other goblins are dealing with the deceit of their friend.
Probably don't even care.
No, they're actually more like... Because here's the deal. The Barb Devils kind of, like I've said, look like really tall, lanky goblins. So from what you can gather, most of the rest of these goblins just seem so shocked that Milton can turn into such a big goblin and disappear and speak. They don't seem to have recognized that Volmalath and Milton are not the same entity. They're just like, oh my god, he's the top god for a reason. But, yeah. But, yeah, you can take some ink and paper and head into the armory that's over there in the barracks. It's a nice private room that's, attached to the room that, you're sharing with Kelmac. And there's a nice private place for you to get some stuff written down there if that's what you want to do.
Okay. I will write out my contract.
Okay.
Assuming that Kelmac is not there.
I don't care if Kalmuk is there.
I would have
explained
because we're all in the same room. If Gorbek goes to Kelmac's room and Kelmac does not follow, I'm gonna have to go follow.
Yeah.
Gorbek, open the door.
It's open.
Is there a door?
Jiggle the
Yes,
handle.
there is a wooden door to the barracks, and then there is a steel door to the armory. Which the armory is pretty much empty unless you put anything there, but it's legitimately like a 15-foot diameter room that's filled with racks and storage for weapons.
All right, Gorbek.
I'm just writing out my thought process of get Milton's body back, kill this Volmalath, and kill the Marbaxis, and bring Milton's body back. Those are my 3 things. That is the contract that we are making. Not saying that out loud. I'm writing it down.
All right, I'm
Okay.
just watching you because you can't be left alone.
Okay.
Now here's the thing. Do you actually have it written out?
That's what I'm writing down right now. That's what I'm writing down on this piece of paper. It can be scribble scratch. Eric, you can make as dumb as goblin as you want it, but that's what's
I think
happening.
more like, are you actually going to type this out and put it in Discord? Because we have a character.
Those are the
who-
3 things. Those are it. That's it. Kill Volmalath, kill Marbaxis, bring back Milton. Those
Gotcha.
are the 3 things.
Okay. There you go. So the contract went from get this guy off my back to I don't care about that. Kill these 2 motherfuckers and resurrect this other dude.
No, he doesn't have to resurrect him. I just want the body. I don't care about that.
Okay, alright.
Mm.
So the terms of the contract have shifted.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that part.
Then what do I need you for?
Mm.
If I can't, you have you lost anybody? He's all. Have you ever lost anybody?
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Oh, I feel terrible.
Exactly. And that's the problem. That's where we're at right here. Is that I have an emotional response and I get kicked in the balls for it.
Mm.
It's frustrating. You let a demon, devil, go back to hell to go plan and connive and manipulate, tell Barmax, this stupid other devil, what to do. It's the most asinine thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm not a smart guy, and I know that is not smart.
Well, had we went with your plan of killing Volmalath, he would have just popped back up in hell and told them anyway, and we'd had no information.
I don't know about that. I don't know how devils work, but I don't know about that.
I do. So, you have to get information from them.
We have given them everything.
Yeah.
They have all the information. We have nothing other than that's where they're at. We take this little thing, and I'll flip open the thing. We have this. We can go right now, and we can handle it. And I drop it on the table.
The goal here isn't to have a war with a bunch of devils.
But that's what they've started with me.
Yeah, and it's not a war you're gonna win.
What is your plan? It's why you all are hired. What is the plan? If this is not it, and I'll hold up the contract. If this isn't it, then what's the plan?
Come up with terms that will allow us to utilize that and return it and keep you safe from getting murdered. And that
Well,
requires
you've
us
already murdered me, so that's not a
Murdered-
safety. But what I'm
Re-murdered.
saying is that is we've decided that fixed one thing, but it did not fix anything.
Yeah, because you caused another issue.
To save my life.
Right. And now we're
Exactly.
trying to save you from that issue. If we let them come and take you away again, we can kill them as many times as we want while we're here. They're going to keep coming back, and then they're going to eventually get you.
And that's why we go there. We handle it there. If you're telling all these other people and getting all this other information to get all these bodies in, this right here gets us there.
The point of telling everyone all that information was a threat to keep us safe.
The threat to who?
Because of information.
A threat to a devil?
The thing the devil doesn't want is for that information to get out. So, you threaten him.
I'll sit down, cross my legs, I'll put my hands. What's the plan?
We wait for the terms to come back.
All right.
The balls are their court right now. They come back with the terms, and they're something that we want, then we're good. If they're not, then we go to the murder part.
I'll put the amulet back in the box. And I will say, I'm going to bed. My head hurts.
Okay. Do you want to work on a contract, or do you just want to have that list? Because that's a good starting point.
I'm tired, is all. I'm going to go to bed.
Okay, it's like past noon.
Have you ever had a terrible thing strike your brain for no reason? Because you're angry because you lost somebody and you did something?
Not all of
Not
those
feeling
things
too-
at once.
Not feeling too hot right now. I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. I can't
Okay.
leave. I have to wait.
That's fine. I can sleep with the lights on.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the candles off because it's wasting resources. So gotta go I go douse the candle.
Okay. And what are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm enjoying a pastry or a croissant.
Croissant. I have to. I have to. It is a literal twitch.
And if it means I had to leave to go procure it, so be it.
It's fine. I mean, you probably have some.
Caleb was just waiting this out. So he's just waiting for more for the contract.
And Yandere would
Okay.
also probably be waiting with Caleb just because I'm sure they're going to have Yandere look over the contract if it.
In which case, you guys are in the living room and kind of kitchen area and wait a long time. And neither Izal nor Gorbek departs the room for some time. If and when you guys choose to check in, find out Gorbek's asleep. And Izal is just kind of sitting there doing something.
Sleeping with one eye open, making sure he doesn't leave.
Writing in my journal. I'm texting my girlfriend.
Sexting.
No, it doesn't. Pictures don't translate very well. Especially when I
Get out of the gutter.
Hey, I know why he requested that book for a reason.
A crudely
Are-
drawn naked art.
Are all the goblins in one bed, Bevo?
Yep, we're all chilling.
Okay.
Actually, I don't care where they go. I'll tell that to them. They can go hang out. I don't care.
Did you go in there, Caleb, or are you just still chilling?
No, I was more saying I'm waiting for the devil to come back. That's my. That's what I'm doing. But no, I'm not going to go into the room with Plumber once we find out that he's.
Yeah, once I feel like the contract's not coming back out, I'm gonna go back to my room.
Fair enough.
It's only noon?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just I don't think I did my walk this morning, so I'll go on my walk.
Okay.
I will pop in and just be like, he's all when you want to break. Should be back in maybe a few hours.
Okay. Let me know. I'm gonna go. I go to the bathroom. But...
Well, there's a water closet in the next room.
I
But
gotta watch
don't know
him. He moves fast.
Sorry, I'll try to be quicker.
No, I can hold it. Don't forget, you live here too.
I know. True.
Okay. So, you guys allow the day to pass slowly, waiting for Volmalat's return. Sometime, is able to pass. Gorbek, you're kind of in and out of consciousness. And then, the goblins kind of go through periods of time where, they nap for a little bit and then wake up and mess around with stuff in Comax's room and then kind of go back to sleep. And the day slowly passes with no sign of the infernal messenger anywhere. So as the evening kind of goes, was there anything that you guys wanted to do before moving on to the 32nd or 33rd?
I would attempt to clarify some information with Starkiller. I guess spend some additional time with it to see if it does communicate. If not, then I would move on.
Okay. Did you want to roleplay that out, or are you just going to DM me?
I mean, we can roleplay it out if you want.
Okay. So you just kind of doing this in front of everyone, or are you heading back to your
Or
room?
I would be back in the room.
He goes to the stairwell.
Specifically the stairwell.
Yeah. Yandere goes through the effort of asking that you build out his room a little bit so that way there's a staircase right in front of his door.
Like stairs that lead to nowhere, but they're in a closet.
It's yes, step into my office, and it's literally just like a set of stairs up one side of the wall that goes nowhere.
It's like a rolling bookshelf, but the stairs.
Or it's Yandere's no, I need you guys to put a balcony up on top of my room so that I can have a set of staircases to go up to the roof. Long or short of it, you find a secluded spot, and then just kind of reach out until you make your mental connection with Starkiller.
Are you there?
Where else would I be?
I don't know, but this is my first time attempting to do something like this with a spirit in, and can't say it's my first time. It's my second. So I figured I'd try this.
Very well.
I have some additional questions for you. I was wondering if you
Go
could
on.
answer. Great. Are you only sated by Fey blood? Or is there other things that you thirst for?
Well, I suppose I should answer by saying I am a sword. I long to be used.
Good.
I suppose if I was to place it in a way that might be easier for you to understand, just because you have a favorite food doesn't mean you consume it solely. There are other things that you eat to fill the time. If it comes down to it, I'll take what I can get.
Understood. I only ask because we're about to embark on what I would imagine is a time of trial with a particular devil. And I imagine that you'll probably get a good amount of use in said battle should it occur. But I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something that was going to be rejected should I use you.
No, not particularly.
Are there any things or people or prejudices that you do have that I need to be aware of?
I suppose the most important thing is, as long as I get to kill some Fae and Elves particularly, but I have a particular distaste for creatures that think themselves better than others, and send others to do the dirty work when they refuse to crawl around in the mud with the rest of us. I enjoy cutting down pillars and high horses. So, if I cannot have Fae, then give me the high horse, the crowned, and the self-righteous.
I understand. Great. That was really all that I had for you now, but is there anything that you ask of me in return? Information, needs, wants, desires, besides the deal that we've made?
No. Though, I would warn you not to use my power to protect too many elves. I won't say that I believe all elves are evil, but let's just say that my starting disposition is hostile. So, be careful who you attempt to protect using my power.
I'll keep that in mind.
So, what is it you're going to use me to kill?
When it comes to our agreement, there are some entities in the Court of Winter that I need to dispose of. And I imagine that that will not be something that'll be easily done without having to fight a few select people. My goal is to at least get you blood from the Court of Winter. It's my intention, and being that it is directly from the Feywild. More pure blood nature. You may run into some elves here, but our intention is the Feywild.
I see. And you said that there were an errand that we'd have to run before. Will there be killing involved there?
I hope so. But the errand is to secure passage to the Feywild directly. We have to make a pit stop and deal with some devils in order to complete our task to be able to get to the Feywild. Hopefully this is a short endeavor, but it should provoke some fighting along the way.
I see. Well, devils are dangerous creatures. At the very least, it should give us an opportunity to become more acquainted with each other's abilities.
Correct. A test run. A drive.
See, I was sitting here thinking there's just like a slow laughter kind of made its way through the parties, and I'm like, you know, I'm wondering if that might actually have to do with the campaign thread that I have muted, and now I'm a little afraid. Okay, all right, I'll wait then.
Just look. You'll enjoy it.
I don't know. Don't know.
Look at the funny.
Okay. Oh, the little two-handed dog. That's funny. Okay. Okay. What the? You know what?
Don't ask
No.
questions. See, you. I don't know why you walked
No.
into that.
I was like, oh, none of this. It's like, okay, none of this is bad. And then the last one just like a, what? It's like, I'm not on the internet enough, apparently.
Okay, I'm sorry for this one. Well, I'm not. I'm
looking.
sorry that. Oh, well, no, I'm not posting another one. I'm apologizing for getting you off track. I'm not sorry for what I posted because that was funny.
To be fair, I'm the one who told him to go look.
Yeah.
So I'll accept that one.
Maybe we need to put that in, like, when we do updates to the stream, we need to have, like, invite more people to public Discord so that other people can see this, but just saying. Anyway, so, yes, you have a short conversation with Starkiller. Seems to be kind of a creepy hobo murderer kind of dude. But other than that, he seems to answer your question. Was there anything else you were wanting to ask him about?
Nope.
Okay. So, if there's nothing else, then I guess we'll move on to the 33rd. So, the
Second?
morning... What?
32nd?
You guys were on the 32nd, and you guys kind of sat around a little bit, or were you guys wanted to do this at the end of the 31st?
I am confusion.
Well, so all that stuff with Volmalath happened in the afternoon of the 31st. And I asked you guys if there was anything you guys wanted to do before you slept. And then there was no, we're just going to wait around for Volmalath. So we moved on to the 32nd. And then you guys, as I understand it, have just been waiting around all day waiting for the devil dude to come back.
Sorry, I missed the transition to the 32nd.
Okay, so
I would've had that
this was
coming.
handed. This okay. So then I'll say this is actually the 31st evening, and then we're gonna move on to the 32nd. Cool. That way we got the calendars all synced up. Okay, so the morning of the 32nd, day of the second seed comes, and it seems a relatively simple day. But you guys start the day off with a knock at the front door.
Hands of the Gold Forge. I'll get the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you go and open the door, you find a woman, late teens, early 20s maybe, long brown dress and kind of a sunflower yellow kind of hair bonnet and an apron. She's holding a large basket, which appears to be filled with a mix of produce and meat. As she sees, she goes, "Oh, and pulls out a slip of paper and goes, here's your grocery delivery, and everything was on the list. Was there anything else we needed to bring you for next time?"
Splash with holy water.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Very well. And was there any other changes we needed to make for your order for next time?
I look at the basket confused. Who? It's curiosity. Do you know who set up the orders that were going out?
Which guys? And she kind of like points down to the receipt. It would have been Miss Salusa. She set up a weekly grocery delivery. I'm sorry, does she no longer live here? She hasn't given us notice.
She's in between places right now, but I mean, we could keep the deliveries coming here. And we'll send notification once we figure out where to send things.
Okay, well, it's already been paid. It's just the standard items. So if you do end up needing anything else, please let me know.
All right, thank you.
Bye. And yeah, sure enough, looks like
Nice.
a whole bunch of groceries.
Insight check.
It is a cantaloupe, the lowest of the fruits.
The baguette rolls for initiative.
Oh no, it bit me.
Yeah. Cantaloupe turns into a gray slot.
Petty baguette.
The basket is a mimic.
What happened? It bit me. So I stabbed it. I go bring this produce into the kitchen. Like, yeah, I guess this makes sense.
The basket is aggressive.
Winter Yandere comes down the stairs and is Izal, who was at the door?
A delivery girl? She brought, like, produce and things. I guess Vorad's sister had set up deliveries?
Well, I'm sure they had to eat.
We did instruct her to keep the place while we were gone, so...
Yeah, and as far as you can tell, like, the larder, pantry's slowly filling out with foods and such, so...
I don't know where any of this stuff goes. I'm gonna go try to put it away.
It goes in the kitchen, which is in the cellar.
I'm in the kitchen.
You're in the cellar.
Wait, the kitchen's in the cellar?
It is.
The pantry's in the cellar or the kitchen?
We have a cellar?
The whole... Oh my gosh, does anyone... I went through the effort of mapping out this freaking house.
Where is this map? Is it...
It's
I
pinned.
don't know.
It's pinned.
It should be pinned. But yes, the kitchen, the basement, it has a kitchen and a pantry with stair access. The idea being that when you cook downstairs in the kitchen, the heat makes its way up through the house. That's how the house is heated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this whole time, has this been a one-story building with a basement or
Yes.
a two-floor home with a first floor and a second floor?
So there are 3 floors: the basement, floor 1, and floor 2.
I think we were looking at the wrong drawing then, because I always saw this as
we
two.
only
We've
have
only
two
had 2
floors.
photos.
There
We've only
are
had
2
two floors.
And there are stairs to the abyss.
Are
Yeah.
you missing one?
Yeah, because I was like, I've
Yeah.
never seen a third
I've
floor.
seen the
on
stairs
this.
go down, but
And to
it's
be
just
fair,
like,
I don't
these
see a
things go
kitchen in
to
these.
nowhere. If we wanted
yes.
to get to the,
You
to the
gu-
9
you
hells,
guys are
we could've
missing
just
a
gone
floor.
downstairs.
Yes, you guys are missing a floor.
You mean we've had more stairways to have conversations in and we didn't
have
know
a
about this?
We were
ridiculous.
we were overbooking the one stairway all this time.
I'm a little surprised. Like you guys didn't notice that. Like you don't see a kitchen there. But yes,
Well, we
Eater
didn't
of the
expect you to,
mind.
like,
you guys
just
have
be
a
most
cellar
people.
basement which contains your pantry and your actual kitchen.
Okay, but all the times I assumed I was in like the kitchen area, eavesdropping to the living area, I've just been in a completely wrong mental state of understanding.
Like an I Love
Well-
Lucy, the kitchen's right there, and then the living room is right
yeah,
there.
well, because the thing is, like, the living room has the stairway that goes up to the second floor and down to the kitchen, so you can still eavesdrop on the living room from the kitchen. But yes, I'll.
Is the living
This
room
this
in the
map.
basement, too?
I was trying out a new what? Because I was like,
Keep
I
going.
actually used a new software program to do this one, so I'm not super. I'll remake the map for you guys.
We have 3 floors, y'all.
So much
Sweet, Nut, and Manor.
We're rich.
More
Yes.
square footage. Woo!
Yeah.
More we gotta clean.
cleaning that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean. Well, now that we found out that you guys have a whole other floor, you guys didn't know
Episode
you had.
108, and we found
And I
out
feel
we
like-
have a basement.
And then I guess also to say, you guys should know that you also have an attic, in case you were unaware of that.
We
That's
could have
where,
put Gorbeck in the attic the whole time.
that's
Is
where
this
the
like
Christmas
a
decorations.
furnished
floors?
attic, or is this like just insulation?
Put some decking up there.
Well, I mean, this is ye olden times, so there's no insulation. I mean,
Is it-
it's
can you
enough of
walk
an
up it?
attic. Yeah, it's tall. I mean, they have very steep roofs because it does snow here.
But like you could
Because
put
of
a
the
bed
weather.
up there, is what you're saying.
You could. It'd be a little drafty, but you could if you had to.
God bless for Volred.
We have 4 floors that we have not. We've only utilized 2 of them.
It's just millennials like, oh my god, I can't believe we have a home.
I'm gonna say, like, Gorbeck could have had a room, like a whole room. We could have separated this out more effectively.
Yeah, but me or Rizal have to be with
Yeah,
him.
he
at
has to
all
be watched
times.
the whole time.
I'm just saying, like, we have.
Yeah,
the
but and it's like, in case you guys didn't notice there, like, you guys also know that there are steps from your back balcony that lead down into the backyard.
We have a
You guys
Did no one
might
look at
also
that?
notice
story.
Balcony?
Caleb's room has a balcony.
Well, we knew that. Like, I knew that.
I forgot that. How
So,
many?
yeah, do we have a
people on the
terrace?
balcony?
Yeah, on the second floor, that
The
that
double
wall,
bedroom
it's got a whole
has
bunch
a
of
little
windows.
patio.
Extreme Makeover D&D edition.
Yeah, and there's like a solarium walkway at the front of the house in the front room. I think that's Volred's room.
I replied.
Yeah,
to
your
the
house is
message
actually
that
a
has-
lot nicer than you'd think.
I replied to the message that has the pictures, and I tagged Volred. So if you just click to see attachment, it zooms right up to it.
Yeah, your house is like actually pretty nice. Yeah.
So is the okay with those 2 pictures? Where's the main entryway?
The first picture,
The gray or the
Which-
brown?
the gray. The gray is the first floor.
It's the bottom floor. Yeah.
The
And
entryway is
it's
those
on the
3
left.
doors. Yeah, the 3 doors on the left. My room is the one to the north of that with the 2 beds and the
The
Pentagon,
octagonal
or the-
room.
yeah, is the armory. The south one I think is Izal's.
Mine was on
I think
the,
that tracks.
Mine was on
Second
the
floor?
brown, on the second floor.
Okay.
Because that's the
I-
south one for me.
I don't know who's sleeping in this room.
You say that,
say
but we
that.
don't know what you're pointing
Yeah,
at.
we don't see what you're pointing at.
The room to the south of the gray floor that has a fireplace and a big queen bed.
That seems like Volred territory.
Volred had the solarium.
Oh, okay.
So mine is the north on the second
Brown
floor.
floor.
Brown.
Yes, brown.
Well, they're talking
Yeah.
about one of them has a stone floor, the other shows a wooden floor.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. So Volred has the north. We're trying to figure this is important to the plot.
We
Everyone
just
that's
found
watching,
out.
we actually need to know where all this is because Theater of the
Yeah.
Mind has been in heavy work for a long time. So Volred is north on the ground floor. Southwestern side. Who is that room with the queen bed?
I think that's Izal.
Izal. And then just
The-
to the east of Izal is what we're assuming is Kelmek.
That's
Just right.
Caleb
That's Caleb.
Kalem's with the 2 beds.
with the two
That's
beds.
Yeah.
the smallest.
That's actually a servant's quarters, and he took the smallest bed and replaced one of the beds with a desk.
Okay. And so the next floor is that the second floor? Is that what we're assuming is the second floor, or the
That one we were just discussing is the second floor.
The wooden floor. Okay, but like, why is the entry to the southwestern bedroom the only way to get through that north room?
Because you'll also notice that the north room doesn't have a bed in it, and that's because it's not a bedroom, it's a solar. Meaning it's a place, it's like a lounge for your guests to wait for you while you're getting ready.
Okay,
We
so
gotta open this up.
Yeah, we need to take a few walls out, but I do see what appears to be the entrance to the attic now, because there's that random stairwell on the top right corner.
That round staircase leads downstairs. And then you'll notice
Wait.
on the east.
Are we talking about the same thing? Because I'm talking about the wood floor, top right. There's a stairwell,
That's the
and I do
outdoor
not
stairwell.
see.
Oh,
That goes to the
yeah.
backyard.
that goes to the backyard.
Okay, but I thought you said that stairwell was off a patio, and the only patio I see here is on the bottom with the 2 bedrooms.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. Like that back wall was there. When I was saying patio, I must have misspoke. The actual patio part is on the front, and you
Okay,
can
so
get
I
to
have a
that off.
patio.
So you have a patio, yes.
Okay, love that. Okay, let's figure out who actually has what rooms, and then we can figure out the semantics later, because I still don't understand where Kelmek is staying. Are you on the bottom floor, Kelmek?
I'm
Yeah,
on
he's
the
on
stone
gray
floor
Yep.
with the
He's
2
in
beds
that.
to the north.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that means that I'm in the room on the southwest side, because it's the only other room that's left,
You have a fireplace.
and I have the fireplace. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Th-
let's go.
Yeah, that north room, that's supposed to be the barracks, which is why it's got its own bathroom.
Yep.
And that octagonal room is the armory.
Okay, got it. I
Oh,
thought
you
Is
gotta
there
feel
a
like
bathroom
I
on the
should've-
top floor?
I'm not on the top floor. I'm on the base level. I'm on
I
the
know, but now I'm looking at the top floor, and there's no bathroom up there.
They're both on the
You have more square footage than anybody else at the house. You could put a bathroom in.
I'm fine with that, but I mean, just the planning here.
You know
We're gonna
what?
Pick out some walls.
I'll
If the
address
master
it
bedroom,
in the rewrite. How about that?
great. If the master bedroom has its own solarium or whatever it's called, it should have its own shit area in.
It's got a lavatory or a privy, but point taken. And as I said, I will address it whenever I clean up those drawings.
I'm glad we never tried listing this on the market. We would have got our ass handed to us. All of that lost value that we would have just been like, yeah, 100 gold, whatever.
Yeah. All this time, people have been doing cooking, and you have no idea where it is.
They just instance out, and they're just like they walk through a random wall and just disappear.
All right, let's continue.
Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Okay. So, you guys spend some time to become more acquainted with the house.
Feeling called out yet?
Yes. Well. But it's good because the idea is that we were literally about to end up, the other game, having to do combat in this, and everyone would have been really confused.
Where? I've never seen this room before.
The bar devil goes to the basement. The what?
What?
Wait, I've been making food outside of a kitchen this whole time?
Sandwiches.
A full furnace kitchen, cooking on a little Coleman grill.
would have been
This house
hilarious.
sucks.
Dug a hole out in the yard to use as a fire pit. And it's like, guys, we really need a kitchen. It's like, we're out here.
Our neighbors buy us a lot
Like-
of grilling equipment because they just think we like it, not because we don't know where the kitchen is.
Yeah. And it's like, but it's like they keep like passive aggressively like recommending you some kind of live-in chef or something. It's like, hey, I know someone who can have you like food and stuff delivered. But
We do nothing but takeout.
oh man, okay, well, okay,
All this started
Anyway.
with a Salusa delivery.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Random things, So yeah,
Gotta love pulling that thread.
Yep. So anyway, Salusa's food delivery, weekly food grocery delivery shows up, and you guys start packing that stuff away. And then Gorbek, what are you up to? You've been kind of sleepless for the last 18 hours.
I'm sitting in the what area are y'all? Is the living room in?
It's on the gray floor in the middle. It's the middle section of the gray floor on the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just be sitting in there.
And then you have an actual communal space, which includes a large dining table up on the wood floor.
Why is the
I will be
dining
in the
table?
communal
No,
space
no,
then.
we're not doing it. We're not going back into it. We're just gonna continue going.
This was how we got the house. We've probably changed a lot of this. This layout's not accurate anymore.
I think we've been 30 minutes on this.
Salusa probably changed a lot. We didn't do shit.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it alone. We'll talk about this during the break.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sitting in the communal room, trying to come up with just stuff with my former guys, or with my one less guy, and
Yeah, and you know
whenever
what?
he's all and whoever wants to come in and try to talk to me, I will handle that the way I handle it.
Yeah, and you know what? God love them. They're really raking in the emotional support time right now.
This is what we have worked for so hard, and I need it. So
Well,
So
Yandere will probably be the first one to come back up from the basement with like a cup of tea or something and just kind of see, because honestly, you're right outside of my bedroom now that I know that. And so I'll just go over to the communal area and I'll just kind of like lean up against the wall and watch Gorbek and his Goblin Support Society kind of work. Because this is Winter Yandere and he's just observing.
yeah, and interesting because this is the first time like you've kind of seen this Gorbek. You look over at Yandere. He looks like he's maybe entered some, not quite a goth phase, but his complexion has changed ever so slightly, and his hair color has changed a bit.
it's fine. A goblin. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, so we'll
Yeah, your weird purple tattoos glow sometimes when you get angry.
yeah, so we're just kind of
Fun.
handling it. I'm basically trying to go down the side. Like I think Bleh is gonna be our number one here at least, but we're gonna divvy responsibilities out to everybody else until we can find. I will also ask, where do you guys think the best place that we could look for some more goblins that we could potentially bring into the fold? And I'm gonna start crying, and Miss Milton, and I'm gonna apologize to them and say I'm sorry I left you. I didn't think anything bad would happen. This is my fault. I'm sorry. Still need to work on your language. Maybe that's something that we should do. Do you guys know anybody that knows common well, that can teach? Anybody? No. Well,
What time did you wake up, Bevo?
I don't
It's
know.
Corbett.
I mean, we've been much more regiment. I guess that whatever daylight. We're trying to be better.
Okay. Okay, cool. Because you're sleeping in my room, which means I have to stay with you.
Okay.
Now,
You act as if we don't know that you can sleep right through it.
This night terror
You're
should
right.
get him.
Calmac can sleep anywhere where his armor can fit.
So that's basically all I'm doing. I was trying to reconstitute my organization.
Okay. And that's what Yandre walks in on. And I imagine at this point in time, Calmac's probably awake unless you want to be asleep. It just
I can't
depends
be
on.
asleep. I'm on Gorbeck duty.
Okay.
I mean, we're not quiet when we get up, so if he wants to wake up to me waking up.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of like early in the morning when you know the kids are up. Because all of a sudden you start hearing sounds and shouting from distant parts of the house.
I'm curious though, since like me and Izal are like included in the Izal and I are included in the Gias.
Gage.
I'll pronounce it how I like. I am my own person.
It's Irish.
Code
It's
Gias.
pronounced Gage.
Code Gias.
You could pronounce it however you want.
That's how Leonins pronounce it.
Gios is not the same as Gage. It has an
I
extra
will
S
I will
there.
pronounce it in Leonin. There. How's that?
Got him.
Will we be damaged by it if like? Okay.
You had
But
to
yeah,
ask because right now Calmac's fighting a really bad headache.
That's just
Bro,
how-
I got them real bad morning poops and like sometimes I gotta go.
That's why you have your own bathroom.
I don't think I actually do. I think that's just a washroom.
Well,
We're getting
it is.
back into it. We're getting back into it.
Let me go down the amenity again, just to be sure.
'Cause I think that's just a washroom and we only got one shitter.
You got 2 privies. 2. Just say it, we have 2.
Got
Yes.
it. 2.
No more.
Yes, but the other one is separated between like a water closet that's just a privy and an actual bathroom.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, let's continue. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Not
so
sorry. I apologize.
Yandere, you watch as you come in. Gorbeck seemingly holding down some kind of conversation with his goblins, while Kelmac looks as though he really could use some ibuprofen. Yeah.
I'm assuming I'll wait till the conversation that Gorbeck is actually having is over before I'll engage.
I mean, I'm not it's not like a conversation. We're just convening together.
But I'm also not going to interrupt you while you're bawling in front of your goblin friends. You literally just said you were crying, and I was like, yeah, Yandere is not going to engage in that.
That would have probably been the first thing I did. So, at this point, we're getting into organizational things.
Yeah. Yeah. So it takes a little bit of time. Yandere, with your excellent insight, you can understand that these goblins are just nodding along to whatever Gorbeck says.
I would reiterate things in Goblin so that way they understand. This is not. We are organized, Eric Saxon. Don't think my goblins are idiots. Be careful.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm still waiting for their NPC write-ups. Just saying.
I'll get them to you. Yeah, all right.
Well, Yandere will actually interject me and just be like, so about how much of that do you think they actually understood?
Hopefully every word. I don't know. Blair? Who's the leader right now? Well, who's number one?
Blah!
Enough.
And this is your system of organization?
Trying to learn a system of organization, but I think it's done well so far. Nothing against you guys, but Milton had it down pretty well, even, I guess, before whatever happened. So, yeah.
And do you think you're in an emotional state to be able to rally the troops as of right now?
No, but rally we must. It doesn't matter that, well, it does matter. Not what I mean. Sometimes you have to show that you are emotional and you struggle, so that way others can know that it's okay to be emotional and struggle. And that's where I'm at right now. I want them to know that we support those who are emotional and struggle. And who better to do that than these guys to help me right now. And I'll put a hand on Clark, my little chubby guy.
You just call him your little chubby guy.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I've never understood you goblins, but I'm intrigued. But I'm more concerned about you. And Andre like points his mug, like I'm gesturing right now to you.
There's a lot to be concerned about for, I guess. And I'll look at Kelmac. Seeing as all you two are pretty much doing everything that Zal and Volred and Calum wants you to do to make sure I'm taken care of.
Do you... Excuse me, Yonder. Do you know what would happen if we let you go do what you want to do?
To do this, I would try to figure out how to take care of these guys, knowing that these devils are a problem.
So,
Problem.
yes,
Go ahead.
yesterday you were wanting to storm in to the devil's domain and assault him directly. Now, I'm all for vim and vigor to get a job done, but would you attack a shark in the ocean?
I will jingle my little gold teeth earring that I have, and I'll say, I would absolutely attack a shark in the ocean.
And that is why we had to put that little deal together. Yandre will walk over and just kind of like look at some of the goblins at the table and just try to find like a little spot and sit down. What he's trying to say is you're incredibly emotional. Emotion, though it is not a bad thing, does jeopardize a lot of people. I personally didn't get an opportunity to engage with you as you were talking to said devil. But I did make an observation, and I want you to humor me with an answer.
Humored you a lot.
No, not me. Yandre. But yes.
I'm an open book.
Really? What is that purple glow of yours?
I don't know. Whenever guess when I get angry and I'll look at the guys. I don't get angry with you guys, but it kind of happens whenever I'm feeling
Emotional.
sure.
Did it happen often?
Not really. A few times that I can recall, but I also don't really pay attention to it personally. Just other people notice it, and then they tell me. Like now, like I didn't really pay attention to it when I was in the moment.
Interesting. Now, you don't know what that is. And at this point, can I roll an insight?
Sure, you can.
My point is just to try to figure out if you are actually lying about knowing what it is or if you're not.
Yep.
Okay, so I rolled a 19. DM, I don't know if you want him to roll like a deception or if he's actually telling the truth. Persuasion.
He's not lying. You can, yeah, as far as you can tell, he's not lying. He's being completely transparent. With your insight, you get the sense that there's probably a little bit of willful ignorance there. Maybe he just doesn't really care, or maybe he's afraid to know the answer. You don't know, but you can tell he's being straight with you with whatever he does know. He's telling you.
You've taken no real interest in discovering this innate ability that you have.
When I was with Calum, it never really came up. At least, again, like I said, like I didn't do it when I was with him, but one time, I believe. And then I know it happened later after an incident, and I was trying to get back to them, and it happened. And I think that was the first time that I really noticed it. When I was young, I don't know if it ever happened, but I was in a place of command, power, and maybe it happened then, but again, like I said, I never really paid attention to it much.
I just find it interesting. Something you should know about me is I love to assess risk. I usually don't front unless it's necessary for me to gather additional information while I'm just kind of lingering around. And you seem to be somebody that, sparks a certain level of concern, a certain level of feedback from, well, quite literally anybody that's known you previously. I don't know you, so I'm just curious. You said you had some involvement with Calum previously. I'm assuming that is when you signed up for this venture or this group, correct?
Well, I was with Calum before we met anybody else. He found me after my group was killed, and he helped me learn and grow and kind of start being magical.
So I'm assuming when you say group, you mean your tribe or family.
I was a part of a carnival, and I was a slave to the owner of said carnival. And the family that I had built were other carnival participants, carnies, as laymen would call us. And we were attacked by a goblin horde, and I survived.
So you, a goblin, traveled with carnies or the carnival made family and established yourself, and then were attacked by other goblins.
Pretty much. Not pretty much, yes.
Well, Caleb then found you, took you under his wing, began to teach you, and you joined up with this group of people. And pardon for me being so blunt, why did you abandon them before?
Well, to be blunt, kind of the same reason why I didn't feel like I could be safe with them. I wasn't in the right place. I wasn't, I guess, held accountable for the things that I thought were correct, or something like that. I felt like I wasn't helpful to them, and I would be safer if I was no longer with them. So I left.
Well, it sounds... Go ahead, I apologize.
Just because I care about them. I cared about them. I don't know anymore. But I still feel that there's this doubt towards me, which is fair. I get it. I hate it. I'm different. Yes, I still get frustrated and emotional, but I think it's just. The situation yesterday was just. That's why I was also very frustrated. But that's pretty much why I left, because I felt like I had more to learn on my own. That's what I've been trying to do.
And you feel secure in that additional learning now?
More secure. I think the day you stop growing and learning, I don't know what that day would be, but not a good one if you stop growing. So, but the fact that you guys think that I'm just gonna up and leave or whatever, it's disheartening, but I get it. It's just disheartening.
Well, to clarify, I don't have any previous experience with you, and neither does Yandre. That was more of a fail-safe when it comes to the reactions of the other members of the party. I'm assuming Kelmac has very limited interaction with you as well. You never met him before, correct?
No, just other than him sitting here listening to me, and he's pretty to himself. If he wants to talk more, I'm fine with it. I'm a very open book. I like talking, actually, quite a lot.
Oh, I noticed. You also just elicit the behavior and reaction of someone who needs to be watched. I get that that is what you're working yourself away from, and I personally don't mind or care as long as you don't provide any additional risk to the party. I will say, while I am around, I plan to hold our dear deal pretty strictly. Should you wander off, should you leave, should you abandon us, you will feel the repercussions of it. That's until I get to understand you and see how you move and work. But that is more. That was me. It's on my side. I have one that's not muted. That is until I get to understand you a little bit more.
Well, ask away. I would like you to understand me completely. It helps me.
I will say, I noticed that you have a particular way with words. Your words are silver-tongued. You can attempt to get your way through a lot of things, but your actions seem to lead to another. answer. So, though I would love to have this conversation with you, I would prefer to monitor your actions a little bit more before we engage.
That's fair. I get it. Very well.
Great.
I won't lie. I won't lie when I say I do not like the idea of cooperating with goblins, but as I've stated to DeAndre, there's a certain prejudice I've generated over my life. Though I'm more inclined to work with you, as you seem more cultured and civilized. Though I have seen that it is seems to be a trait of goblinoids that they are very reactive,
Chaotic? Yes. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
and as we've seen, admittedly, learning of the demise of your fair friend would elicit a very strong response. The idea that you would be able to compose yourself before making a rash action does not look probable. That is why we keep watch over you. And going by the history of you just up and disappearing on the group last time, the temptation of that happening because maybe you think the devil will come to us and maybe we'll get hurt is, even in my mind, a choice. We don't hold you here as a hostage.
Well, to be quite fair, the contract that we signed or verbally concluded does actually hold him as a hostage for 30 days.
Oh.
It's the sentiment of holding you as a hostage which is not there, but the intent behind it is he is a hostage.
I care for your safety because your companions, Izal, Calum, and I would think even Volred value you in some way. And so that puts you in a much better light to me. So I value you. And I don't want to see another friend of mine jumping into the fray and perishing.
I will say that there is definitely some emotional attachment that Volred has to you, given our conversation. He will not admit that, and I'm sure you'll know that. But I also value your contribution and time with us. I haven't appraised how much that value is worth yet. Please do not make the same mistakes that you made previously with this group, as they had some emotional attachment to you. I don't at this current time, but I do have a need of the object that you currently possess. And so I do intend to complete this contract in order to get that object to complete an idea of my own. So should you leave, I will have to track you down if necessary.
Well, I have no, I won't say desire to leave, but I have no want or anything like that. I respect that you coming in and having this conversation. Like, I appreciate you saying what you said. How do I put this? I act well. I can make people believe in me and see from my perspective in a way that Not many people can. And again, like you said, my actions have to show more than my words speak. So I will show that to you. I know me saying it here doesn't mean much, but I hope that you can at least put that bit of trust. I'll get up and I'll walk over to Kelmac. May I? And I'll do arms wide open under the sunlight.
The funny part is, you're probably just like, how tall are you? Are you
4
taller
foot.
than average goblin? Okay.
Yeah, 4 foot.
I'll kind of squat down a little bit for a. It's strange to him. It's because usually it's not hugs of friendship. It's crushing to death, and just like
Under the sunlight.
as my arms like almost completely engulf the goblin.
I'm wiry. And then I'll turn over to Yandere and I'll show you everything. And I'll walk with arms wide open.
Yandere, still sitting at the table, without making any eye contact at this point, says, "If you touch me, I'll stab you dead."
This Yandere is a little touchy.
I did a pact with you. Do this pact with me.
A hug? To symbolize friendship?
Not friendship.
What are you looking to achieve here?
Support.
I won't hug you, but follow me. Yandere gets up from the table and then goes out to the front yard.
You're about to make a circle.
Well, if I tell you two of you, it's like a straight line.
Figure out where we need to find more guys. That's as soon as we get done with this, that's got to be our next plan. Figure it out, and I'll follow Yandere. Yeah.
As soon as Yandere goes out the door, without like any hesitation, he turns to the right and starts walking. When Gorbek leaves the door, he'll see Yandere standing in a circle of rocks that were placed in the front yard and just kind of sitting there with his mug waiting for him.
This is another one of those things that's going to make my brain shudder, is it?
It's not going to hurt your brain. It's going to hurt mine. But I know that Yandere would actually care about doing it this particular way. So if you didn't mind standing in the circle, and I'll at least shake your hand to seal our deal.
I mean,
Chop, chop.
I'll kind of do the little scutter.
And don't kick one of the stones out of the way. It's important to the symbolism.
Okay.
And then Yandere extends his right hand to him and just like...
I will reach out with a big old Gorbek grin.
Yandere, I'm gonna just stand right outside the circle.
You've already done this. You don't remember any of your bargains that you make, do you?
We did this like day 2 of meeting him.
I should hope that you remember.
OOC, I don't remember because I have the remembering capacity of an ant.
Well, he'll do you a solid and not tell real Yandere that.
Yeah, you essentially once y'all finished out the possession thing, Yandere went outside of the house. Once you guys like said, "Hey, you could stay with him or you could stay with us," He went outside and made the little rock circle and made all of you get into the circle and essentially just like confess your friendship.
Okay.
It's like, you've already, you know what? I would implore you to remember that you said that you would not gamble, or else you would suffer consequences as well. I want to make sure that that is at least top of your memory.
Yes.
Great. We've concluded our little ritual. Go take care of your people.
All right. Good game. And I'll walk off.
Well, Kamek, how do you feel?
I need some coffee.
Oh, it's down in the basement next to where Izal is. You might want to summon her up here first before you go back down.
I'll walk inside after Gorbek, and if I can get like eye line of the stairs to the basement, just he's all. I need to tag out.
Or you can just ask her to bring you a cup of coffee. There's tea and coffee already brewing.
Is there coffee down there?
What?
Why would I tell you there's coffee already brewing and you just...
Can you get me some coffee?
I'll come to you. I'll go up the
I,
stairs.
I'll tell Torque to go grab some coffee.
I'm going to retire back to my room. Please keep the noise down, as it's literally right there. I leave.
Come back. What'd you want?
Oh well, I was asking you if you could bring me a cup of coffee, but I think Torque, looking at Gorbek, I think Torque's going to grab some.
He's the tallest out of all of them. He's the lankiest out of all of them.
Can we like put a name badge on him?
That's actually a phenomenal idea. Write that down, Black.
Ah!
What are y'all doing outside?
Yandere and him were doing that
Nothing.
statement of
He's all frickin' frick. I'm sorry. I got angry. I don't do well. I'm angry. People don't like me when I'm angry. I get all green and
You're always
you're
great.
already green.
it's supposed to be a joke. But
Where'd Yandere go?
he's taking a
He went
nap.
back to his room.
We need to figure this out. Get everybody here. Yandere can chill, I guess. But we need to figure this out.
We are all here, though. We live here.
I know, but everybody in the community room
All
or
right.
the wood floored one.
I go into the front door where all the little passageways goes, and I just point towards the rooms. Like, Caleb, get down here. We're having a meeting. And I'll point towards Volred's room. Like, Volred, we're having a meeting. And I'll point, like, if Yandere went back to his room, I point to Yandere's room. Like, Yandere, go back one in a meeting.
Yandere just opens the door. Well, you hear shuffling of furniture. Then he opens the door and just kind of sits at the edge of his door.
More like a
Didn't hear any of that noise, by the way. It's very silent furniture. I've got a question. So you open your door, and like you're on the first floor, so I'd be able to see you from the front, right?
Yep.
What do I see if Reggie's not a ghost?
Okay, so you see Yandere, but the difference is instead of his auburn hair and like the blue eyes and light tan skin, he actually has black hair, like sandy brown eyes and pale skin. So very, I'm not gonna say ghost-like, but it's definitely like if he were shopping for like makeup or something, it'd be like on the porcelain side of like the skin tone versus like a tan. So he just looks almost emaciated.
Is it like Gerard Way in the Black Parade video?
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Yandere does have a bit of a glow about him. And while most people would see dark-colored eyes, to you, his eyes seem more spectral, kind of like sea glass with a slight glow to them.
Oh, okay. Because, like, I don't see Reggie. Because now I see Reggie, but I don't see Reggie now.
Correct.
Right.
But, oh. Neat. Gorback went in a meeting. Did y'all just do... I thought y'all just did a meeting right now, though.
I mean, we did a meeting, and I will point at the goblins.
I was going to make a joke that we're obviously in the stairwell, but that bears the question, which stairwell?
The stairwell's
Yeah,
like not
you guys
even
have
in the
several.
best place to communicate now with everybody. We have to meet in a room and then go to the stairwell. It's very inconvenient. We need to knock out this wall.
I show up wherever we're meeting begrudgingly.
The first floor, middle of room, where the stairwells are at.
I go downstairs.
The wood floor room, whatever that one
That's second.
was.
That's second floor.
Stone.
Oh,
Stone floor.
the communal room.
You're meeting downstairs in the living room. That way, you are equidistant from all the stairways in the house.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Everyone acquire a stairwell so we can yell across the house.
So, do we
No.
have an update?
I'll stand up in the chair. Ladies, gentlemen,
Ladies. Look around.
man, but saying lady, it's like a quorum thing.
But you
know,
said
it's
one
just- it's not-
gentleman.
Well, gentlemen, it's kind of like moose or moose.
Moose?
It can be, it's pluralized. We're working on it. Lady, gentlemen's. Is that better?
There's like 4 of us here. You could just say our names, but okay.
Okay. Calum. Volred. Who's all here? Is everybody here? Andre. Calmac. Izal.
Kelmac.
Freaking frick. We get one going there. And then Torque, Krark, Down Bad Bleh, and Krark. Guys. We got ish to do. And we got a lot of ish to do. And I don't know if the ish that we are going to be doing is going to kill me or not. Now, Volred, I don't know if you really like me or not, but I appreciate you killing me and hopefully taking my name out of this stupid book.
I'd happily do it again.
Respect. Zal, I know that we've got a lot of frustrations. I don't know if it's from you or from me, or frustrations in general,
That's from you.
but it's something. We're going to work on it. Kelmac, Andre, appreciated our conversation. Boys, you know, you're there with me. We're going to do this for Milton. Okay. Caleb, I feel like I owe you the biggest apology of all. Pulled me out of the dirt. I love you. Thankful for you. And I miss you. I'm glad that we're here.
I miss you too, bud.
So we got to figure out this contract. What do we need to do? How do we finish this? How do we get this piece of crap off my butt? And we kill him. I don't know if that's a thing, but that'd be really nice. I'm probably gonna eventually kill him. Like that'll be a thing. Like I'll pact that for myself, and I'll kill him someday.
I have just one question.
Yes. Normally we do questions at the end, but I'm okay with this one.
Well, I'm glad. First off, so the question is, we've been waiting for you to come up with your side of the contract for over a day now, and what you're telling me is you still haven't done that.
Well, I tried, and it wasn't. I thought it was phenomenal, but I was really angry too, and so probably not the best.
So I'm amenable to having this as a group conversation. I think that would be in everyone's best interest. But in terms of showing my hand at negotiation here, you've clearly shown us that you need us. So please keep that in mind when you try to temper your expectations.
I mean, I'm tempered, baby. I'm as tempered as all temperament. I am so tempered, you can call me warm baby milk. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we can agree on that, which is a good place to start when dealing with a contract. So, what do you have in mind?
Well, I'll do what I was hoping. So, 1, kill Marbaxis. 2, kill Volmalath. And then 3, bring back Milton. Don't have to bring him back to life, just want him back out of the river. But I know that is a lot. So, obviously, we got to find a way to bridge. We have to bridge the gap. I'm going to make sure that we really see how that fits like that. Like, if you pulled, normally it wouldn't pull apart. I don't want that to happen.
Well, I think 3 of those things would actually go towards solving your initial problem statement that you initially contracted us for, which was getting the devil in hell as it would be off your back. Now, that third option, while I am saddened to hear of your friend's passing, I don't think we can agree to that, and we shouldn't.
That's fine. I mean, we're here to. I can put that on my checklist, and I'll look at Blair and be like, I don't know. Huh?
Because also keep in mind that without a formal contract, we have already actually executed on a portion of what you were looking to accomplish.
Yeah, you killed me dead there. But now we have the whole like thing of Marbaxis coming after not only me still, but you guys.
Well, I mean, if we don't come to an agreement, we could just give you to him and we're off the books there, aren't we?
I'm gonna look at Exal and Caleb and be like,
I've made my points. I'll let the rest of the group get their opinions in.
I raise my hand.
yeah.
If there were any other situation, if this was just a regular quest where some random merchant had what we needed and they just needed them to get off this book, we would have been done. We wouldn't have really cared about the ins and outs of your safety, because I wouldn't have cared past that point. But we do have the history, do care about you, despite you being a giant pain in my ass. I think we should focus on trying to prevent them from coming after you, which could involve killing them, But if we can reach that agreement in some other way, then that would be amenable. If you want to get revenge on them taking out Milton because of a mistake you made, that's on you. But
Yeah.
in the event that they're going to continue to come after you, that would kind of fall under us keeping them off your ass. But if we come up with a deal where they're not going to come after you anymore and you're safe, and then you fuck it up by doing something else, that's on you.
Of course. That's fair. I think again, it's just what's just hurry up and wait. Is that like where we're at? Like if that's just going to be what it is? Like what happens when he shows up? What
Well,
happens if?
I gave him a 24-hour time limit. If he doesn't come within that time, the next time we see him, it's going to be through extreme violence. So it means he doesn't come with a good deal. Then we do it the fun way.
Which I will remind you, if he doesn't show up within the next 24 hours, or less than that now, I will have to remind Salazar that he is allowed to front. He missed the last 2 major fights, and he is bitching incandescently.
That's a summer one. Right? Okay.
I can't remember.
How much
either.
longer do we have until the 24-hour mark?
No, when we had this argument yesterday with the thing, midday-ish.
Noon?
Mid-afternoon.
Hey, DM,
Is the
about
morning.
how much longer on the timer?
Could be a rough
Well,
estimate.
all of that happened around lunch. So if you're talking 24 hours from them, there's only 2, maybe 3 hours left.
Only a couple hours left.
If they don't meet the time limit, then we will proceed with the priority of utilizing the plane shifting item to the best use. So in the event that we need to take care of Yandre's situation first, we'll take care of that. In the event that opportunity strikes to take out your devil coming after you first, that one will take place.
Yeah.
But that just means it's, play it by ear. Which happens first? Let's get going.
Okay, so what do we do if it's here, and what's the conversation there?
If they come here to try to get you,
Well, not get me, but like, what are we talking about? Like, what's the deal? Like, what are we trying to deal? Like, you guys just using it and then it being it?
yep, that's kind of what we offer to them. Is like, we need to use it for what we need it, and then we'll give it back to you. If that doesn't work, then come get it, because we're not going to get it from us. We need it. And then we kind of threaten them. The
I just
idea,
don't know.
the idea is if they come and get us and then kill us or whatever, then the whole secret that a goblin escaped from their prison and stole right from under his nose gets out to everybody, which means it'll get to the 9 hells, which means it's going to make him look really bad. And there's an opportunity that the devil that we sent back, if he tries to give that information out, he might get killed himself, because now he's one of the only people who know one of the implications.
Question
Answer.
for the group. Is there not some sort of, I don't know, spell or fail-safe that we can set up prior with another third party where, should we be killed by a devil or some sort, then this news immediately is published somewhere?
That was what Caleb and I were giving out information to. I sent some immediate notifications to my family, the Hands of the Golden Forge, the House Hawklight, Caleb the Master Falerion.
Sure, but if there's some way to put that as sort of a spell upon us, would surely protect us from any direct threat, as opposed to just being, come try me, in a way.
Like a contingency? In case something
Yeah.
happens?
Well, it's mutually
There
assured
is-
destruction.
There is spells like that, but unfortunately, that's not something I have access to.
It's probably like 11th level or something. How many levels are there?
There's 9.
12.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay,
9,
yeah,
11.
technically, yes.
I sometimes forget.
I mean, if we could just jerry-rig like a sending spell that would go off in a situation.
Because if they come back with no deal, then we just tell them, well, sucks to be you, and if you kill us, everyone will be notified expeditiously.
Well, that's kind of what we told them.
Yeah, we sent a lot of letters.
At the time, we had nothing in play, but now we do have some things in play.
Yes.
Yeah, but like magic is even cooler. Like, come on, like
I mean, I could message
if my
you.
blood spills on the floor, I mean, come on, it's more intimidating.
It's also a 6th level spell.
Well, I remember
I don't need to know that.
I was reading in my grandfather's book that there were certain cleric spells that could be done in certain situations. If like a thing happens, then this happens. But it's really in a localized area.
Yeah, you can use glyphs for that.
So if what I'm hearing though is we can't do that, as opposed to you don't want to do that, then I'll just have to accept that we can't do that.
That is correct.
Well, it's the old-fashioned way. Like, in the event that we don't check in with you after a certain amount of time, this information is to be released. Classic old bank mafia tricks.
Okay, hold up. Why are we having this conversation with a bunch of other goblins that we have no clue are not additional spies?
Kelmac, do the thing.
I'll pop the eyes again. I mean, they've been.
Well, he didn't see any before.
We saw the one.
Yeah, that's true.
That was yesterday,
And-
though.
Yeah, and upon looking, you don't see any infernal or otherwise fiendish
Or fey.
stuff here either.
Fair
Well, I
shot.
mean, you see Yandere.
That's weird.
He's fey.
Do I see any magical doorways?
You don't see any magical doorways.
Check out of the rug. I'll flip it over.
Yeah,
There's a whole ass Baylor demon under there. Just
He pays half rent, though. We can't go just evicting him.
You find a secret door, you open it, and it's Sean Dunn underneath. It's like, oh, hello friends, how you doing?
You can't be too picky these days. Rent is high.
He's not even like in the basement. He's in between the basement and the first floor.
Yeah, he goes, I saw a little section over here that I thought maybe I could just, rent here for a little bit of time. So
Okay,
nice,
okay. Okay.
Sean, go
By the way, do you know your pipes are filthy? Filthy, filthy pipes.
I love Sean Dunn.
go away, Sean.
More Sean Dunn. I was a little sad that you guys didn't do more quests for the Thieves Guild. But,
They're just down the street. We could go do that.
That's true, yeah. But I mean, at this point in time, now you guys have the government like peeking in at you. So
All the more reason to make illegal plans, just like the government.
Just remember to pay taxes.
Ha.
Okay,
Where were
so
we? I forgot.
we tell people to tell people. I don't know who you'd be telling,
We've already told certain people.
but I'm saying to tell them if we don't come in contact with them by 2 hours after we have this conversation. So for 3 hours from now and 2 hours after for 3 hours from now, if we don't contact them, then that's when they tell everybody. They spill the proverbial beans.
It's not like an immediate thing. We have to.
Well, yeah, but we can still tell them, like, okay, if I just don't want to die. I really don't want to die.
You've already died.
But yes, but death, that's not real death. I just don't.
I can assure you that when you died earlier, you definitely experienced real death.
Oh, yeah, it sucked. I hated it.
Point
I
of
think I
note.
hated it.
Who hasn't died? Me, Izal,
Do I still read?
Yandere.
I mean, I have not. Reggie, I have died. Yandere has not officially.
Cool.
I hold up my sword. All of these people have died.
We
Aaron.
yes.
All right. Well,
Okay.
do we need to do anything? Is there any like fun spells, Caleb? Do we got anything cool that we can do? Is there anything I can sprinkle on me that I can, be phenomenal?
That is not in a wizard's repertoire. That is more.
There are some cleric spells that can make an area protected from like demons and undead.
Well, do we want to protect it? Do we want them inside? Is that what we want to do? Do we want it to be like a conversation, like an intervention, like a Dr. Pill moment?
This is like in the event that nothing goes through, those are options we have to like maybe utilize. But I don't know any clerics down here that are that strong, so except for like Yandere, but I don't know like how knowledgeable you are. Like resurrecting the dead's fine, but you said you haven't really delved into that aspect of it.
Hasn't he cast Death Ward on one of us before?
You.
No, I think he's cast it on me.
Yeah, I casted it on you. But you have the ring. Technically, if you want, you could just give the ring to Gorbek. I have that protect. I still have that spell ready.
In that case, Yandere,
Yes.
would you mind if I give him the Death Ward that you gave?
I mean, it is simply a ring. If you want to give it to him and then I can cast a spell, that is fine. It does put you in more danger.
No, Caleb. No, it's not. I can take care of myself. I'm playing it up. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried.
Well, which is it? Is it you don't want to die or you don't care? Because you have to pick something.
Who wants to die? I'm just saying. I want this resolved, so that way I can stop worrying about it.
Oh,
And
well,
you need our help.
Gorbek, just so you know, even if we do resolve this even if the devil gets killed permanently, there's always a chance that someone's not going to like you in the future.
So a lot of people don't like me, so it's something we have to work on anyway.
Yeah.
That's fair.
All right. Well, do we put our hands in and ready break? What is? Do we have the paper? Do we want to write this down? I feel like I'm already.
We're going to ignore your request for killing just killing them, because that's not really our prerogative. Our prerogative is to prevent them from attacking you, whether it's through an agreement or killing them. So your revenge plot in resurrecting Milton's soul can't help you there.
I'll look over at the boys and let's work on it. Maybe something we do in the future. So
All right, I'll write the contract then.
Go back.
Yes.
Do you have some personal item or effect that I could hold on to for probably the next 24 hours?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a matter. Do you care what it is?
I don't care. Specifically, just that it belonged to you.
Okay. I will go over and I will hand him the dagger of that shark that I killed. I'll pull it out and I'll say, this was the dagger I used to kill the shark in the water.
Semantics.
And I wink at him. And I look over at Kelmac and I'll wink at him. And then I'll jiggle my ear and I'll hand it to him. And give a big smile.
Do you think he's having a stroke?
I think he's lying.
He's not lying. I take the dagger.
I remember that fight pretty clearly.
Were you lying about killing this?
No, I haven't killed a shark. You guys know I killed the shark.
He killed the shark that was killing me.
I saved the crap out of Caleb.
Caleb's
Really?
getting attacked
Because I
by
seem
two
to
octopus.
recall you jumping on Caleb's back and using him as a human shield as you attacked over him.
Did the shark die?
There,
Did
but
the
he
shark
did kill the
die?
shark.
Did the shark die?
That is fair though. That did happen.
Yeah.
This, he killed the shark. His heroism he might be hinting to was probably greatly exaggerated.
Oh, I theater of the mind that like crazy.
Okay. So, you guys draft up your contract and then, get everything signed. And then we're going to go ahead and take a break because it is, right at that time. And we'll see what happens when we return.
Intermission time.
Intermission. How bad?
Yeah, kill them all.
No.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm
Not
loving it.
killing.
You're killing and not kidding? Is that what did you mean to say I'm kidding?
Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Hey guys, welcome back. Yes.
Caleb, did you
Okay.
give Gorbeck the ring or no?
You did?
You're muted.
Still muted.
No, I did not.
Okay, cool.
I was going to, but he said no.
Said no.
Oh no, why are we denying things?
Not denying he. Well, I guess he denied it. Yeah.
Oh, I have no clue what I'm asking. I literally just.
That's because
You wanted to be
secretly
included.
Caleb wants Gorbeck to die because
easy.
he
Stop.
didn't actually. He was very angered and betrayed.
Caleb was the one that offered to give him the ring in the first place. It's Gorbeck wanting to die on his own.
Yep.
Or maybe it's just.
He would have taken the ring from anybody else but me.
I mean, I could kill him again.
Yeah.
First one was
anyway.
a preview. This one's personal.
Okay. All right. Now
Okay.
We're back. Had to post
some
something.
kind of technical difficulty. We
Wasn't
put that
technical.
on the list of stuff to fix. Okay, so you guys were having a conversation about the contract. You guys got something written up and signed. As you guys are kind of finishing that, you guys are caught off guard when a fire in your fireplace there in the living room suddenly erupts. It's like a torrent pillar of fire that just shoots right up your fireplace.
Which
And then-
fireplace?
The one right there in the living room where you guys are at.
Okay,
the
because
first
we have
floor.
several.
On the first floor, on the wood floor.
Not the
We-
Oh,
ground.
sorry,
room.
wrong
That's the
fireplace.
second floor.
We were in the community room now.
Wood floor is the second floor.
The wood floor is the second story. The stone floor
right.
is the first story.
It is the second floor on top, but okay. Anyway, so
I thought the stone
right
floor
there.
was on the second floor.
You know nothing
Oh
of
god, you
infrastructure.
guys suck. Okay, so the point is the fireplace erupts with a pillar of fire in it, and
Rocks fall
extinguishes as quickly as it appeared. As you guys kind of glance back, you notice what looks like some kind of a leather folio is sitting on top of the ashes in your fireplace.
Is that demonic mail?
Is
Well,
this
it's
like
not a normal carrier.
is this like being served papers?
We don't accept. Close it.
Take it back.
Get the flume out of here. I'll go grab the folder.
You probably don't want to touch it with your hands if it's been sent from hell.
I put on some very... I don't have gloves.
Wait. Run downstairs to the kitchen and grab a mat.
I'll grab the fire poker set that's like tongs. I'll grab that.
Caleb, can you mage hand?
Through some magical finagling, you pull out the leather folio. It appears to be kind of a rough cured leather bound in this kind of dark red and gold cording. On one side, you see a slip of kind of heavyweight vellum kind of slid in underneath the cording in a script I don't think any of you guys can read.
Can we do it like
Is it primordial?
It would be infernal.
Oh,
I
no.
do have the spell comprehend languages.
Do you cast that language?
Yes. If
Okay.
it's something I can't read, yes, I will cast comprehend languages.
Yeah. So you take a look at it. You watch as when you cast a spell, like the letters kind of flare up like hot fire, and then slowly rearrange themselves into common. You could say, or as you kind of read through it, and kind of very, because it kind of does a literal translation. It goes two adventurers, silver knights mythal, open as together, formal invitation.
I will read all of that out loud in common. Comprehend languages. It's not concentration. I'm going to cast Detect Magic and see if there is anything magical on this.
And I'll text my girlfriend saying that we just got a devil package.
So you cast Detect Magic to take a look. As you kind of inspect it, there is faint magical trace. And as you're kind of moving it around to kind of like really take a look at it, you can tell that what looks like the letter or parchment that's inside does seem to radiate some stronger magic. But yeah, as far as you can tell, it appears to be like conjuration in nature. A little bit of conjuration, a little bit of abjuration.
Okay, so it's not just one spell, it's script. As far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say out loud, there is magic on the inside and several different schools of magic. But that's as far as I can tell at the moment without opening it up.
Well, that sounds like it's some type of make sure you're all together so we can bring you to another place kind of thing.
I more thought of bringing you all together so you can all die together at the moment.
In a package that small?
You would be surprised.
I'm not impressed by the size of that package.
Anyways. Do I sense that there's traps?
The book.
I mean, that's really kind of a vague thing. You
Yes.
can definitely tell that there's magic on this. And yes, it's entirely possible that when you unfurl this thing, shit could happen. Like, you're familiar with some spells and stuff that used to exist a long time ago that could hide spells and other text and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a risk.
Volred, do you sense any magical portals or doorways with this?
DM, I would like to sense magical portals or doorways.
Kind of taking a look, you do get a vague sense of a magical portal or doorway nestled inside this package.
I do get a sense that there's a magical portal or doorway nestled within this package.
Well, that's a nifty little skill to have.
It is.
It appears that he intends to summon us. wasn't the invite supposed to be here?
Yeah. Can't you guys do that sending thingy, like, across, like, to communicate?
I will also say that, given the context of this, him coming to us is very unlikely. This is probably as good as we're going to get.
Well, you can tell him to
Considering
suck a
we were already
walnut.
considering we were told that he never leaves.
Well,
So
I've requested that they send us a written documentation of what they think their agreement should be, and this is not that. This is a we'll talk in person kind of thing.
could be. It could also be that there are different stages to this document. If you agree to such stage, you come to see them. You don't. I don't know.
Caleb, how far can your sending spell go?
I could probably send it, but there is a chance that it will fail.
Oh,
Well, no, it shouldn't.
tell him to kiss your ass.
If they're on
Well,
a different plane of existence.
Different
Yeah.
planes, there is a chance that it will fail.
It's
It's a low chance, but it is a chance.
It's 5%. It's so low.
Yeah.
It's a 1 on the D20.
Yep.
You can tell him to kiss our ass.
Is that really the message that you want me to send?
Yeah, you could flavor it up more and make it sound better. Like, this wasn't the agreement. Either neutral site or paperwork only. P.S. You're a twat waffle.
So, kiss my ass.
You could just send that, and
If you want to be more diplomatic about it.
I didn't write up that other document for nothing. To whom it may concern, suck a walnut. May you choke on the sweetest of nut.
And retrieve no milk.
We didn't drink any pineapple juice prior.
Yandere?
Straight battery acid.
Yes.
I know you have a innate reading on people, and you're able to sense if they are lying or being deceitful in ways. Does that also extend to sending spells?
I don't know if like my passive insight would kick in just hearing someone like message me. Like I think a lot of that's probably DM. I guess before I make any assumptions, how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, it definitely impacts your ability to read them if you don't get to see body language. But there is still information you can receive from tone of voice and word choice.
That might be accurate. Why?
As much as I would like to be the one to tell them to fuck off, I am innately trusting. So I don't. Any message that is sent back, I wouldn't be able to tell if it's genuine or not.
Well, if we're telling him to suck a walnut, I'm sure any message returning that is probably going to be hostile, and that would not necessarily mean that I would have to read too heavily into it.
That is true. But if these papers are not innately dangerous and they try and say something of the nature, you would have a better read on it.
So you want me to say something nicer to keep it from being interpreted as a negative facet until we get our answer?
I believe that would be wise.
Sure. Give me a second to think some things over, and I will see how we should do this.
Tell them they owe us for the soot damage from the fireplace.
I will allow you to message
Press
them
the
if they should
notification.
arise.
Okay.
I just fixed the soot damage.
Caleb, that ruins the fun.
Caleb's the peacemaker. What do you expect?
I'm gonna go get.
Always have been.
I'm gonna go get strapped up.
Context.
I'm gonna go put on weapons.
Okay. What was the demon's name again? The devil, the smaller one, the one that went and sent the message. I can't. Sorry.
Veil Malak. Or
Veil-
Veil Malak.
Volmalath.
Volmalath. Volmalath.
It's like Volred, but Malath.
I don't have to say his name or anything. I'm just trying to remember it, like, so that way I can tell the DM Volmalath that's who we're sending this
Hey
message to.
you, douche canoe.
All right, so I send the message and I say, "It appears our agreement has not been met. The invitation was to our premises. Why the change now?"
There's a slight pause before the familiar voice comes in.
Well, I did warn you that the chances of his lordship leaving were practically zero. Respond or not, I don't care. Next is combat.
Do I get any sense that he was lying? It sounds like it was just pretty straightforward.
Yep, no sense of lying there. It's kind of the smug look. I warned you. Washing my hands of the situation. Do or don't. Take it or leave it. And you get the sense that he doesn't really give a shit either way.
Yeah, he said whether or not we respond or not is virtually mute. And next point is combat.
I mean, assuming.
He's not coming.
How hard
Or
is
if
it?
he does come, it will be with demons. And
How hard
kill
is
you.
it to just send a contract? That's all he had to do. Now the contract could have said, with no agreement, sign this so we can get fighting. That's still a contract. We can do that.
My hesitation is with the portal, honestly.
Oh yeah, I could send this anywhere.
The contract having magic is binding. I can understand that. But the conjuration of the portal is what's bothering me.
Well, I'd imagine it would be a two-way portal. So if we can't go to them, then they could probably use it to come to us.
Yes. And I point to the fireplace. They have already shown that they can come.
I have no intention of going to any levels of the Nine Hells.
It'll be a cold day in, well, I
Here.
guess hell. Before I go to hell.
So,
Now I've already got one frigid trip on my plan.
so given this context of what we're not going to do, what do you guys feel the next steps would be? Because on the one hand, we have the information that we can release, and possibly that information being released would make it to where Gorbek's free of this regardless. But we don't know that for sure.
Well, I will preface by saying he did say next steps regardless is combat.
Well, No, I mean, maybe I didn't specify that. It's more of a, hey, if you choose not to respond, that is your answer, and that is combat.
So if we say no anyway, we're going to be forced with combat. If we choose not to respond, we're going to be forced with combat. If we open the envelope and potentially teleport to the Hells, we get there and possibly make an agreement, or we get stuck in Hell and we're forced to combat. It sounds as combat is on the menu regardless.
And if we do end up going to Hell, we do have the ability to get out with us.
Hey, go back.
Been here the whole time. I'm just listening because, well, yeah.
You want to go kill him, quarterback?
No, let's effing go!
Salazar is going to bitch the whole time.
Why didn't you let me go fight?
Well, is there any preparation we can do before we go into the potential Nine Hells situation?
Would you like to go see a clergy member for some additional protection?
I could go for a quick prayer.
Then let's go.
Wanna meet up in a couple hours? Gorbek, did you sign the contract?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you put down for seasons?
Seasons.
Yeah, 'cause there's no months here. We go by seasons. And seeds. Did you read the contract, Gorbek? You just signed
I
it.
did,
Okay.
but I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what that meant. I don't know.
Gorbek's got a goblin that just signs.
Let's say, and we could, if nothing happens after X amount of time, deal is done. We're good.
Well, I thought you just mistyped and I didn't say
No.
anything.
I underscored as a mistype. You know how hard that is? That's a shift button and a high key on there. I didn't mistype.
I don't know. You could have you fat fingered.
I
it.
literally typed.
43%.
I type
wow,
proposals.
I'm doing so good.
I type proposals on a daily basis. You know.
It's like, oh, you got an interest rate of 16%. Mine's 43.
You want the lower number?
Let's say a year, so 4 seasons, I
A
guess.
year's
I
worth
don't
of
know.
seasons. Okay, just wanted that out in the recording.
I mean, is that fair? I don't know if that's we would talk that out. I don't know what's fair.
That's up to you. A year of protection.
Okay, but here's
Well, I mean,
the
I'll say
thing.
forever.
I'm not signing that
Definitively, you guys are not opening up
yet.
the
We
package.
will, but not yet.
So 32 seasons.
That's a lot of seasons.
This delegation.
No. All right, guys. How many years are we willing to protect him under this contract?
Years?
0.25.
0.25?
How did you
One
define
season.
protect?
It's in the contract.
Okay, I've been avoiding that thread, so
I typed that during our break. I took time out of drinking.
So how long, Eric? How long does it take for a devil to get its power back and be able to come after me?
That's-
How long does that
Depends.
normally take?
depends on how they were killed.
Don't say depends. Give me a rough estimate so that way I can make a rough estimate on how long I should put my seasons for.
Do you know?
Is Gorbek down?
Well, I'm asking you guys as a
Well,
group.
you have a high-level arcanist and a cleric in the party. Okay, so you would say fastest turnaround time, 4 to 6 weeks, maybe. Could be years, even decades.
So, my offer of 32 seasons is the high point, or a high point.
So that'd
So-
be 8 years.
Sure. So, with
It's a
that,
hell of a car note.
what? Where
There
are
are
we
people who
going
do it though.
on that?
I'm on a 6-year car note. This fucking sucks.
I paid my car off.
I think my car.
We're
2 years.
worrying about Gorbek right now.
8 seasons. That's the highest I'm willing to go.
Okay, that's fine.
Volred is just sitting here basically like wanting to die.
You don't handle negotiations. This gets done.
And he's already done that before and didn't like it, so that's saying something.
Anyone oppose 8 seasons?
I oppose,
Okay.
under the condition that if it's more than one season, it's a foolproof contract, which means we need much more language.
I don't know what you mean by that.
If we're proposing to protect him for more than one season, I want very crystal clear stipulations.
Ours are only specifically against this individual that is attacking him. If he does some other dumb shit, that's on him. Which would then void the contract if he puts himself in danger outside of the contract. It's like a health insurance policy for an athlete. No doom buggies, no four-wheeling, no skiing.
You're putting me in a box. Don't have to put me in a box. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to figure this out.
If you do,
Yeah,
if
you
you do
haven't
something
even-
that puts you in danger that could kill you, it
We've
voids
already
the
done this.
contract.
Going to 9 hells is putting myself in danger.
Yeah, but that's part of the contract. That's within
Yeah,
the bounds
but
of the contract.
you haven't
that's what I'm
defined
saying.
what the immediate affiliates are.
Those are his, essentially, us and his merry men of goblins.
okay,
that
but
would
you
be-
didn't specify
That would be the. I typed this in 5 minutes, Eric. Leave me alone.
I'm out of character.
That's what I'm saying. You
I
guys
get
are
that
we're
trying to
getting
make
hooked
it-
on this, and let's.
I'm just saying, what
Like
happens if he
8
adds
seasons.
30 goblins to
2
his support
years.
society?
The one
If-
I will add to
We've
that,
been together like what, 5 months?
individuals signing the contract in affiliation with Gorbeck are the only ones under this bound. So if he adds more, they are not bound by it. They can get fucked.
I'm just saying that wasn't
Yeah,
in the contract.
and you can get fucked.
I'm
when you have
sprinkling a little
contract
Gorbeck
that is
chaos
open
in
to
there.
interpretation.
I didn't
wanna
have
go-
24 hours to write out a legally binding contract.
I don't disagree with you.
I know.
So maybe what we do is we take a short-term contract and say we will offer one based on the very simple terms with specific adherence to a more long-term contract when further details can be rendered.
So a 30-day contract.
Yes,
All right.
based on simple terms.
Okay.
I hate that we're so hung up on this shit.
Listen, what do you want Vorin to do here?
This is what happens when you have people who in real life deal with contracts and having proposals.
You
and
were
shit.
real hard
No,
board
no.
for shooting me
no.
in the
That's
face.
not that. Because you have to say, though, like, this thing matters. Because, first off, Gorbeck's got a gauge. And one of your party members is a Fae. And you're going in to
I know.
essentially get in bed with the devil. Like,
I know. It's fun.
the devil is in
Oh,
the
I'm not
details.
having fun.
I'm having a lot of fun. I just don't have time to type this out right now. I'd have a lot of fun doing
Yeah, out of character, like I get it. We do not have a lot of time here.
it. This is cool. 30-day terms based off of loose interpretation. Fine.
This is why I play fighters.
And we will we can put into the contract a mandatory reevaluation upon the next possible physical altercation with the demonic people, so that it's clearly written that we will come back and reevaluate.
Reevaluation.
Holy shit, guys. I just realized something. And all that time, Volred did actually learn some kind of royal etiquette thing. There was a class that he paid attention in.
He just doesn't like negotiations.
Either that, or he inherited his father's propensity to manipulate
I've
and
said-
enslave others.
I've said multiple times that you gotta pay attention to negotiations. I've always been the one to try to double our money. This is the only time that we've gotten very specific with terms, okay? The rest of the negotiations have been very simple scope and price. This has a lot more factors.
This is more fun. Alright, we'll reevaluate in probably 12 hours after we get attacked by a devil.
Great.
Alright. Sign on the dotted line. All of us technically have to sign, so even your goblins. Do they have like a mark they do?
They squiggle.
Yep, legally binding. Don't worry, I'm a notary.
Really? I don't recall that episode.
I
Is your
borrow...
notary valid in this
no,
kingdom?
it's not. But no one checks that shit.
Well, I suppose that's true. And honestly, you're talking about a contract for hell. I mean, you know, does it really matter? Who's going to enforce this contract?
Yandre.
The god of
Swear it
contracts.
on Grov.
Alright, let's go get some
More powerful than any gauge.
pre-preparation of rights.
Okay, so what were you doing to prepare?
Since we're going through some gateways, I figured we could go and try to find a temple of Aromakai.
I'm down for that.
Ditto.
And no, I did not ask Kilmo for the name of that deity 2 hours ago.
I'm just happy you pronounced it properly.
I can neither confirm or deny.
I did it. Alright, Kayla. I don't know. We should go find the Temple of Arumakai. I don't know where one of those are. Because last time we found it like in an alleyway, and I don't remember where that was.
Sure, I can take you.
Yeah, the last temple you guys were at was over in Abada. But, yeah, so Caleb, you're able to take them to one here in the city. Aromakai temple's bigger here. It's not just a shrine. It's in the Commons District near the crossroads of, the two main northwest kind of thoroughfares. Relatively simple building. You guys would have seen it before, but you likely would have thought it was just like a tavern or a hotel. And when arriving there, are probably like just now realizing, oh, this is like an actual temple. But as you arrive, you're able to find the place. It basically works out like a giant temple with a hostel for travelers. Places to stay. All the individuals here, the priests are nice and try to offer you whatever services they can, being the god of travelers.
I would imagine we're all going, because I don't think we should be separated if we're getting ready to be attacked by demons or devils. So, just as a heads up, I would. Yandre, Reggie would be like, no, we're all leaving and going to do this.
Come on, guys, give me another Milton. Give me another Milton.
So,
Give you another milk. What?
Give me another goblin to turn into a devil.
So you turn, yeah.
I can't do that. People already told me he was angry at me.
I was. I got it, but I was mad. I was like, what the heck? But I get it.
Kelmac this time.
Okay.
You get back, there's like 3 barbed devils knocked out in the living room, just like, yeah, they tried.
Aggressive negotiations have
Barb
failed.
Devils? Is that like Nicki Minaj fans?
Pretty much.
Yes.
So, everyone has gone to the Temple of Aromakai.
Yes.
Yarp.
But yes, what were you trying to do when you arrived?
Just wanted to get in a calm state, and my form of praying is a bit different from probably most people here, and just having mental conversations like, hey, we're doing something that's going to be real dangerous, traveling planes, and I know that you care about Caleb, so I figured just wanted to reach out and hope you could kind of bless this journey, and as we are going to be hopping around quite a bit.
I will actually ask any of the clergy there if they have any ways or means of protection that could help us on this journey. I'm not going to tell them we're going to the 9 hells. I'm just going to say, hey, we have encountered, it's like we've encountered demons and devils before, and that's something that we're not necessarily prepared for, and see if they have anything that would help us or assist us in that.
Okay. Upon kind of asking a little bit, let me see here. Caleb, would you mind rolling me just a straight charisma check?
Absolutely not.
Get that. +4, buddy.
Just check, not a save.
Rolled a 2 for a 4. Can I get advantage? Because he knows me?
No. No, this is actually was something different.
Oh, shit.
So you're sitting there, and Izal, it's kind of odd. You start to feel a little bit of a presence, and then all of you kind of feel a little bit of a presence, and then one of the priests is just kind of sitting there going, "Oh well, yeah, okay," and is kind of talking with you, Izal. It's kind of like looking around, going, well, if you guys are going to be traveling in some dangerous places, we do have a blessing some of our higher priests can give you. I'm afraid it only lasts for about a day at most, but if it would really help, we'd be more than willing to give it to you.
We'll be happy to accept it.
Okay.
Is there a gas
Well-
leak in here? I feel weird.
Is this right? No, though it's odd. We do get this on occasion here. Most of us just call it the trade wind, and lots of us like to think it's a little bit of sign that the spirits of travelers or Oromakai himself has come to bless us.
Like eyes of the grave.
Ghosts. Dead travelers everywhere.
You're like,
Do I
oh my
feel
god,
the
eyes
bed
of
is
the grave. You look
empty?
around, there's like a ghost like crawling on the floor, reaching towards your ankles.
Well, he ain't got
Some
no legs.
adventurer who met a horrible fate. You hear him whisper, "Don't take the blessing."
Oh, what does he know?
Do I feel
No.
the presence, or no?
You do feel the presence, but it's odd. It's almost like Aromakai is there, but not amassed into a central energy. It can't manifest, so to speak.
Gotcha.
But
I will say a quick silent prayer as well for a blessing to go through this journey.
okay. So you guys kind of pray, make any offerings that you choose to. One of the high priests comes over. You see him kind of pull out the sigil of Aromakai, which in this case appears to be a gate with almost like a portal, and you can see it looks like through the gate you can see like a road that heads off into the sunset. He's kind of grasping it, goes to lay prayer. For those of you who are religiously oriented, you see he's doing a channel divinity.
Ooh.
And as he hits you guys with a channel divinity, let's see, this one. Dixon's got it. Let's see. And so you guys can pick one of the goblins to also receive the blessing, because otherwise there's too many people.
Torque.
Is that Bleh? Bleh is the next one in charge.
Oh, Torque is tall, though.
Tall doesn't mean anything.
Uh,
What?
They're not coming with us. I'm not bringing them with us.
So they could walk home safely. I don't know.
See, that's kind of what happened the last time, and that's why Milton turned into a demon, because you weren't there, or they weren't there.
But I'm not bringing 5 goblins in there to potentially die. It's not happening.
Okay.
Just bring the
Then the priest, another priest, is just kind of go. Do we need to arrange lodgings for your little friends?
We have a home.
Yes.
But no.
Yes. They're not dying. Not having another. It's not happening. Is all? No, because no.
If it matters,
you can't protect
the church does provide childcare.
Well, they're not children. Actually, they can probably
stay.
They could probably take care of your kids. They could do that. You could help them. They could help in the childcare. That would be great, guys. That would be awesome.
I'm just saying, we have some people here at the church who are very well skilled with dealing with
childcare. Get them into childcare,
individuals.
and they will help with the childcare. I love it. Yes.
Right.
Sure.
So you guys kind of get that stuff set up. But yes, for those of you who receive the channel divinity, you receive the blessing of Aromakai. I guess I need to go ahead and put this in there. But most important things here, you guys will always know the direction of north. And then you guys will also require less food and drink on your travels while the blessing is active.
Does that mean Volred could get drunker on less?
No.
In fact, you might need more.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, then you are also can pass through difficult terrain, as if it's not difficult terrain.
And this is 24 hours, correct?
24 hours.
Lit.
Cool. Thank you, Aromakai.
Fellas,
And
be careful. Stay safe.
Izal.
Group hug. Pat him on the butt. Get out of
So silly.
Okay. You also there's a wisp of wind that kind of comes by you that you feel, and it feels kind of warm on your brow, and you feel like a kind of a tingling sensation, almost as if like something has been placed on your head. But then the feeling fades, and you don't feel anything there.
The draft in here.
Great. Do we have anything else that we needed to do here?
No.
I will toss a gold into whatever offering bin or like plate or whatever there is as we head out.
Okay.
I will drop an adamantine coin in there.
Damn. You
It has to have meaning.
yeah.
Then I guess we're going back to the house to read the contract, I guess.
Okay. So, you guys head back to the house after drop the gobs off in daycare. And make your way back and head back to the, I guess, the communal area on the second floor.
Wait, the wood floor or the gray floor?
Wood floor.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you guys wanted to do before you continue?
Oh, crack that bad boy open.
Okay. Izal, as you get closer, you find something. You notice something really peculiar. As you glance over and look at the note that was set on the outside of the folio, you watch as the letters shift their form and turn from infernal to common.
Cover one eye up. What the?
Do I still
That's
read
weird.
it in Infernal since I can read all languages still?
That was a while ago.
Oh no, wait, that was a couple hours ago, wasn't it? Never mind.
So for you, it's Infernal, and you're getting ready to probably cast the spell.
That's weird. Did anyone
Well,
else see
that's-
that letter shift?
You having a stroke?
I thought I was, and I closed one eye, and I was fine. The letter shifted on the pamphlet thing.
Good.
What do you mean?
Well, it's in common now.
Do I notice the same?
Nope.
You sure about that?
Yeah. I could read it.
Well, it certainly does not seem common to me.
Ooh.
I wonder if you.
Still hurts my eyes to look at it.
So you're able to read it? No problems?
Yeah, it says those words you said. I can't remember exactly what you said before.
Yeah.
Like, open to enter into meeting location or something.
Alright. Well, that'll save me a spell from having to do it again. I'm not sure how you got it, but
Covering over one eye and the other eye.
Well, we have business to take care of, so
As
Goodness.
the word above would say, let's crack open the spine. And I opened up the portfolio.
You open up the portfolio, and in the middle, unfolded, comes a very simple script, a letter, in this kind of heavyweight vellum that has gilded edges in this kind of Art Deco kind of vibe. An elegant script, also infernal, and you kind of watch as the letters kind of shift and turn into common as you write. Written in a dark kind of reddish brown ink. Caleb, you also notice that as Izal kind of goes to lift up the page, the inside of this folio has etchings carved in to the leather, which says in more infernal script, you also see what looks like a 2-layered magic circle. You recognize the outermost circle as like a glyph of spell storing.
Alright.
So there appears to be some sort of spell saved on the interior of this parchment. As for you, Izal, just post there what the letter says in common.
To the esteemed adventurers of renown, Knights of the Silver Mithril. Oh, they got the name wrong. It's Mithril, not Mithril. Shame.
And they added the K too.
Man, we really...
Knights of Silver Mithril.
I guess verbally it doesn't go well. Anyway, Knights of Silver Mithril, care of Gorbek. Okay, C/O Gorbek. With utmost respect, with high regards, I extend to you this formal invitation under the auspices of the Nine Hells. It is with great interest that I have observed your exploits and potential that you possess. It is not every day that mortals of your caliber rock the realms, shaping destinies as you do. In the spirit of mutual benefit and enlightened self-interest, I...
Oh, I forgot to swap out his name in the middle. Oh well.
Which the devil's name is... As I scroll up to
Marbaxis.
Marbaxis.
Is it Marbaxis, or do they put Volmalath?
It's
Marbaxis.
Marbaxis. of distinguished rank and influence within the infernal hierarchy cordially invite you to a parley of significance. The meeting is to take place at my abode, located within the sulphurous and shadowed depths of location in the Nine Hells, or another appropriate setting.
That's what I get for trying to do this.
And you gave me shit for a contract I typed in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, my words sound nicer than yours.
Of discourse shall concern matters of enmity that you have found enmity that you have found yourselves entangled in. Be assured my intentions are to offer solutions, not further tribulations. The terms of our potential accord are open for negotiations, and I am most eager to discuss how our goals might align for the greater good, or perhaps the lesser evil. Now that your safety during this meeting will be assured by my know that the safety of your being assured for my personal honor and the ancient codes that govern our kind. An infernal pact of non-aggression will be in place for the duration of our discourse. I implore you to consider this invitation with the seriousness it deserves. Opportunities such as this are rare, and I believe it be in our mutual interest to explore the possibilities that collaboration might bring. Please convey your acceptance of this invitation and any terms you wish to set forth for this meeting at your earliest convenience. A messenger of my employ will await your response in the mortal realm. May your journey to be untroubled and your decisions wise. With regards, most infernal, Lord Barbraxis, 12th Planarch, Warden of Gate 72, Higher Exciser of Avernus. P.S. Refreshments and protections against the ambient hazards of my realm will be provided for your comfort. Ah, that's neat.
My brain hurts.
I had to read it in a poorly female Scottish accent.
No, that is an invitation.
That is more words than he's all has said in the entire rest of the campaign.
My ears are physically tired.
So I'm assuming I should send another message.
Well, they should be on the mortal plane, which means they'd be here.
But it also said that we are to report.
Izal, as you're kind of looking down, you can kind of watch as the infernal script on the inside of the folio also is kind of shifted to the common tongue. And it says something to the effect of, place hand here with reply.
Oh. Are we all good? We're good to go?
Well, you should reply first, correct?
I just want to make sure everyone's ready.
Well, what is the reply? That we're ready now?
That we accept their invitation and we are ready to go. Right?
Yeah.
We were all prepared to leave before you read that letter. I would assume we're all prepared to leave now.
Great. Everyone clench your butts. I put my hand on the symbol and I reply, we're in agreement to have a meeting at the convenience listed below.
And as you say that, I'm trying to say, we could amend this.
But wait, there's more.
You watch as that outside circle suddenly glows bright crimson, and then it's almost as if the energy in that circle suddenly empties into the central circle. There's a flash of heat as you kind of pull your hand away. The flame kind of coalesces in front of you and then takes on a humanoid form of this lanky, slightly reptilian creature with a long, kind of crooked nose, kind of floppy ears, and wide bat-like wings. He kind of sits there with his glowing yellow eyes and goes, welcome. I am Kazirik. I serve Lord Marbaxis.
So we'll write that down. Kazirik? Well,
Kazirik, yes.
Be glad to see you. We're ready to go have our meeting then.
Excellent. I'm so happy to hear that you have accepted Lord Marbaxis's invitation. Now, as we go, I will be taking you to the Obsidian Palace. It is one of the local strongholds near Gate 72. It is highly guarded, but don't worry, you have been given assurances that you will meet no unfortunate end. That also extends to the poison air. But those protections only last so long as you're near the palace, so note if you do have conversations go badly and you escape out into the wilderness, those protections will cease. They also cease if you attack Lord Marbaxus, so just be aware of that. Not that I would suggest that your magnanimous selves would do anything so devious. Anyway, are we ready to go?
One moment, and I look around the room looking for whoever might have the most sense in our party, and I see Caleb.
Oh.
And I gesture over and say, Caleb, would it be wise to bring the amulet with us? I mean, surely you could just pick it from us. Is there no way we could store it here?
I believe it would be wise simply for the fact that while we are there and conversing, the pact is a ceasefire, essentially. And believe it or not, devils are known for keeping their pacts. I will say that the terms of this does not say they will give us safe travel back here. That is the issue.
Understood.
Yes, I believe it is wise.
Who is blooping?
That could be anybody.
Don't hear any beeping.
But it
I
can't
think
be
you're having a stroke.
Do you smell French toast?
No, I keep hearing everything every time someone posts in Bellathor, but I have the channel muted. So either Discord is screwing stuff up.
Discord will will relay everything that goes to my computer, no matter what. Even if I was muted, it still does it.
Up yours, Discord.
I think it's just you, Eric.
Okay. Then yeah, stupid Discord. When I say mute, I mean effing mute.
Let's keep going.
Understood. And then I back off.
Ready to go.
I'm good to go.
That works. Okay. Kazurik is like, yeah, of course. Well, and he kind of reaches down, kind of touches the center sigil, and releases the plane shift spell that's sealed there. I assume you guys are all going willingly?
Yep. Correct.
Yes.
Willingly, but begrudgingly. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a quick flash of searing heat. Your mind is filled with the screams of torment and agony, as if you're falling through fire and darkness. But as soon as all that begins, it promptly ends with your feet touching down on this polished obsidian floor. The room you now stand in is cavernous, but not particularly large. It is a kind of rough layout, apportioned room, dominated by 3 large pillars that raise up 30 feet towards the ceiling. In the center of these pillars is this kind of dark slate table, and beneath it, this kind of intricate, sort of demonic, mosaic kind of tile and etching along the floor. there are 2 large black and gold double doors behind you, flanked by a couple barbed devils. You can see in kind of the edges and recesses of the room, kind of in the shadow, about a half dozen more barbed devils. Then you see a somewhat familiar barbed devil as Volmalath kind of sits near the back, kind of standing up against a pillar near this large, kind of heavily, like morbidly obese demon, standing about 7.5 feet tall, with these kind of small kind of bat wings that just kind of come off its upper shoulders, much too small to actually be used for flying. And he's kind of covered in these robes that are this kind of flowing mixture of red and purple and blue, with these kind of deep set kind of rust blood colored eyes and these kind of rows of sharp teeth. As you guys come in, like all the barbed devils are just kind of looking at you, eyeing at you. And then Volmalath kind of over the side goes,
Finally. Well, good work, Azirik. Go on, we'll call you if you need anything.
Azirik's like, boat of fire. Volmalath goes,
Well, I think it's good that you've at least accepted the request for a full parley. You have that wisdom, at least. Anyway, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Lord Marbaxis, 12th Planarch, Warden of Gate 72, High Exorcer of Avernus.
Slight
kind of long-
nod and bow-ish, not too much. Just an acknowledgement, like.
Can I do like a boo?
No, I will smack the dog shit.
I mean, you can
Is it
certainly
something
try.
Normal could do?
Just instantly kills him right off the bat. Deal's the deal.
Fireball in the face.
Thank you for your gracious invitation.
Marbaxis at this point is kind of like lifting himself up out of a chair.
Yes. I am happy to have you here in Avernus so that we can discuss the unfortunate situation that lies between us.
He's kind of looking over at Gorbak.
Well, I recognize you. You're the filthy little mortal that stole my badge of honor and absconded from my realm.
I'll do a little.
The what?
While it is certainly true that it appears your name has disappeared from my registry, I must say it is still likely you deserve to be here either way. We can certainly find out if I kill you again.
Uh-oh.
Kilmo's fading out of this plane of existence.
Caleb casts blink.
Whoa, guys, hold up.
Caleb
Whoa.
casts blink.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I haven't turned my camera off, and it's off.
Oh, your camera turned itself off.
Yeah.
Stroked out.
Right. Let me
Doesn't
just,
smell toast.
turning it off and back on. What?
Oh, there's the shift. Oh, we're back. Are we?
Blah, 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 blah.
See, like,
The camera's shifting are fine. The voice is what we care about.
Caleb, say something.
Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Unfortunately, you got lost in the void. You're
Yeah,
somewhere in the River Styx now. Yes, so anyway.
It's another person I gotta drag out? Are you kidding me?
But if you have to choose between Milton and Caleb, who would you choose?
Don't do that. We can save that for Jason with Jace. Go ahead, continue. Let's keep moving.
Yeah. He goes, so, I assume you have come to bring me back my amulet and to make restitution.
More or less.
More or less. That is disconcerting, Dwarfling.
We still kind of need that amulet, which we were hired by, said Gorbeck, to protect him from you in order to utilize it. So, kind of need it. We don't need to keep it, just kind of need it for a little bit.
I see. So the goblin has promised away something that was not his to give.
Not his first time.
It's a
Yes,
common occurrence.
He belongs here indeed.
Well, we can save that till when it happens in the future.
So then, it seems we have two different things to negotiate. First is the restitution for your goblin making a mess of my facility and stealing it in the first place. Then there is the deal of what it might take to lend you that power, if only for a short time.
Well, if possession is 9/10 of the law, depending on where you're from, you kind of are in possession of it now, so still kind of need it and still kind of have it. As far as you taking and having restitution for our friend Gorbeck, you did kill and take the soul of one of his associates already. That were not in your book, you just kind of did it to get an advantage. So you've already taken part of your payment, I would assume, if not all of it.
A paltry soul, one not worth what he has done.
And who all knows what he has done?
At this point, Arbaxis is kind of looking around.
It would seem you have not come here to bargain. So what are these threats? Are you attempting to provide some basis for which to destroy these negotiations?
No. I feel an honest negotiation tends to come from a place of understanding. And I wish to understand what those who may you see as stakeholders understand.
I see. Let me put it another way. Let's assume someone stole something for which you value most dearly, and then they use it to avoid having any sort of reconciliation or reckoning of their actions. And you think that just because someone else was harmed while trying to force a parley, that would somehow make their actions even?
We all play pieces on a chessboard, respectfully. I'm sure you've found yourself in situations on the other side of the chessboard, have you not?
Foolish mortal. I have been here in the Nine Hells for a long time. I have served as High Exessor since before the Blood War started by Bel centuries ago. I was here back when Zariel was under her first reign. I have been through many trials and tribulations. Still, I endure. All souls must make their way to me at some point, assuming, of course, they are damned.
It would seem like the goblin here has run a number on you, perhaps pissed you the fuck off, correct?
He has openly flaunted the natural order. It is not just I he has upset, it is the entire bureaucracy of the Nine Hells. Bator demands justice. But seeing as how this began with an unfortunate misunderstanding, some grace can be given. Still, it is for that reason why we are even willing to compromise.
And what, pray tell, is this compromise that you're looking for? You have asked us a lot of questions, but have not told us what price we're intending to pay.
Well, that depends. You see, we devils can be somewhat capricious and greedy creatures. I would not mind, of course, the goblin's soul. But I have a feeling that is not something you are willing to give up.
A majority of our party would agree with that. So what else are you looking for?
Well, it's hard to say. What exactly are you willing to give? Perhaps the goblin, if not his soul, is willing to give a portion of his life to serve me as one of my thanes for a time.
For a time is not definite, and doesn't give us any real indication of how long that is. So if you're asking for some level of servitude or slavery, you should put whatever defining principles down. When you're asking for a portion of the goblin's life for servitude, how long is this portion, and what does it entail?
I suppose we could go one of two ways. I could perhaps keep him here in Avernus for a measly 10 years. During that time, he will aid to continue the proper flow and migration of souls which he interrupted. He must also be my errand boy, considering he's taken my means of travel. It is fitting recompense. However, if the goblin demands his freedom, then perhaps a simple pact can be made. If he is willing to at least serve me from time to time in the material plane, whatever else he does with his time is his own. But, he must do what I ask. When things come up, I will even give him power, yes. Give him power with which to help him complete his tasks.
I'm just gonna look over at Gorbeck. I was like, I can't make that decision for you. I could fight as much as possible, but I'm not going. Like, this is what I'm just saying.
Perhaps there is something else you might be willing to give. Though I warn you, we are not interested in material treasures. No. Hell is a place for the eternal. And eternal is what we are looking for.
The entire time I've been looking at Volamath and trying to Volmalath, whatever his freaking devil's name is, and trying to not want to murder him. When he says that I will have to serve, or
Was it Mabraxis who's saying it, or Volmalath?
Mabraxis is the one who's saying it, but
yeah, Marbaxis.
I am in full pissed off mode of wanting to kill Volmalath. But when he says serving or being an errand boy for him, I will begin to turn to Marbaxis. I will
No, say you're willing.
Say what?
Say that you're willing. Don't say you will. Saying you will means you're agreeing to it already.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this. I'm trying to state what I'm going to do. What Gorbek is going to do. I'm not.
Yeah, he's clearly coming up with what he's saying off the seat of his pants.
Angry Goblin is angry.
Is under the
Angry
effect of
Goblin,
gauge.
my old friend.
That's what I say.
I know.
going
That's what
to
I'm.
start
That's why I
some
say it
shit
sucks. This is
again.
awful. I hate this because it
spell's
doesn't hurt
great.
any of you. It doesn't hurt any of you.
I'm just gonna look, but as I look back towards Gorbek, and I'm
Just
just
sweating.
I see the frustration. I see the actual like rage building up in him. I just want to say, I'm just gonna look. Remember, leaders are not to deal with only emotion. And I will also remind you, should you stray from your path, you will take more damage outside of it than this battle.
I will grip my fists together and I will walk over to Yandere and I will whisper to him, "You guys don't want to fight for me. You don't. I'm the only one taking any of the brunt of this. Do you understand?"
I will tell you. I kneel down and just go, you drew the cards. You paid for us to come and help you get this devil off of your back. I understand that you have issues with you having to make some form of payment. We are just negotiating options. But since you are currently listed as the form of payment, I suggest you come up with some other option, should you want to do anything else.
The only other option I have is ripping his throat out. But if I do that, that goes against what your rules are.
You see Gorbek's eyes are slowly glowing a little purple. His stripes are going a little purple.
Your error and issue is with Volmax, not Morbaxis. If you want to take that up with Volmax, you can do that at a later time after we talk to Morbaxis.
But Morbaxis wants me to serve him. I will no longer be a slave.
Well, then again, you should come up with something different. Have your conversation, but be careful on the words that you choose. Again, emotion is not going to help you in this. Calm down. Get what you want. Go.
Morbaxis, I won't serve you. I won't do anything for you. It's my fault that your idiot peons can't handle a goblin.
Calm down, Gorbek.
I see. Yes. My underling has told me a bit of what he has done. I can understand your hate. I don't know. Perhaps it may well be enough to simply send you back to the prime material with your rage. Let it fester over the years, yes? You could do so much more evil with that hatred. Perhaps you will end up serving me in the end, even if we do nothing. Then, when you end up here on the day of your death, you will know you belong here, and we can have fun then. I can wait. I can wait. So, what exactly, I must confess? It seems we are getting a little sidetracked. What precisely is it you want from me? And that may help us decide what I might be willing to meet you halfway on.
He's just kind of doing this. He's looking at the entire group.
We want you to parlay our friend Gorbek, as well as access to your amulet for a short period of time in order to complete a task. It's as simple as that.
I see. And what sort of task would you use an amulet such as mine for?
Travel across the plains.
Well, obviously.
You asked a simple question. I gave you a simple answer.
I suppose that's true.
He's kind of looking you up and down.
You're no ordinary elf, are you? Yes, I can tell by your ears, your long eyebrows, your higher cheeks than normal. You are a fae, yes.
A fae? Finally.
Right.
So, perhaps you could do something with me as a sort of side errand.
You have business in the Feywild?
Well, if that's where you're going, I suppose it's possible. Whereabouts are you going?
The intent is the Court of Winter.
How delicious. Oh, it is the only place in the far realms of which I am aware that is even colder than Colchitis. Oh, it brings back memories. After all, Colchitis is where I'm from, originally. So, the Court of Winter. I can think of a few things that might be interesting. Are you perhaps the tricksy sort? There is an interesting individual I would not mind released from his prison, and by that I mean his soul, not really his body. Though I suppose if you could bring him back still living, we could get a little extra excitement out of it.
Depending on the individual, may depend on our stipulations for our deal. I would need more information before I can just agree.
Very well. We'll put a pin on that one. After all, it's not our most pressing concern.
And he looks over to Gorbek.
As far as making your friend square with me, that is quite unfortunate. That's a difficult thing. It must be something to make all my trouble worth it. Then again, I suppose without the help of his compatriots, what can I really expect him to contribute? Well, I suppose if I can't corrupt his soul, then we may have to come up with something else. What are you willing to do, Gorbek?
At that point, I'm just crying. Don't know. Taken the people that I care about, killed my friend. I don't care. Just use me. Use me, whatever you think. I don't care.
I will stop. I will step in the middle in between that. I step in the middle in between that, and I like stop and stand right in front of Gorbek again, in between Marbaxis and Gorbek as he's like, use me. I stop him and I'm like,
Yeah, and at this point in time, you see like Marbaxis' smile actually kind of sours a little bit. As if Gorbex just took a little bit of the fun out of it. Well, it's quite unfortunate. If you've already given up, then there's nothing to torture you with. How about this, then? If it really doesn't matter, I could take the souls of your other goblins. After all, you care for them quite deeply. That would be worth it. Or perhaps we could come up with something else.
Marbaxis, quick question before you continue.
I would prefer it if you called me Lord Marbaxis, but very well.
Lord Marbaxis, my apologies. How much information did Volmax tell you whenever he came?
you just gotta look over like Volmalath's kind of tweaking a little bit, like he's getting a little pissed at people constantly mispronouncing his name.
Look here, Steven.
Is it Volmax?
Volmalath.
Volmalath.
Okay,
Yeah, I know, it's funny, but it's just funny because he's over here having people mispronounce his names and he can't say anything about it. So,
it's in chat, kind of phonetically.
Nah, fuck that.
But Marbaxis is kind of going, well, my servant gave me some information regarding the goblin and his love to make the chaotic creatures good, bring order to chaos, so to speak. I know at the very least he cares for them. And I also know that he values his freedom.
And that was all.
Well, he didn't say too much more than that. Naturally, I was interested in a parley. Volmalath was, well, he wanted to simply assault the prime material and kill you all. And, well, I am a demon, and my kind like to deal.
Devil.
That's my fault. We'll put it on me.
Yeah.
I keep saying demon.
Interesting. Please continue, Lord Marbaxis. I'll walk over to Azal, and I'm just walking up, and I'm just like, I don't think, and I'm saying this in a whisper, I'm obviously not saying this super loud. It's like, I don't think Volmalath told Marbaxis about the contingency plan. Don't think Marbaxis is aware of the additional information that we have.
Which means he didn't rat him out.
Which also means there is a loophole that needs to be tied up, which is also something that Gorbek wants to handle.
I get what you're putting down.
Lord Marbaxis.
Yes?
There is one other thing that we might be able to help you with. I understand that your rankings and dealings amongst the Nine Hells is dependent on works and favors and also deeds that have been completed, and quite honestly, whether or not there's information out there that could harm your legacy or tarnish your name. Is that correct?
Marbaxis just kind of takes a little bit. You see, I mean, he's intelligent. The wheels are turning. he's not entirely sure where you're going with that. Corner of your eye, you see Volmath kind of shift uncomfortably, a couple extra inches away from Marbaxus. He picks up what you're putting down too.
I would like to give Gorbek a little side hug.
Marbaxus is looking again.
You're gonna make me really cry. Oh God.
Yes, I suppose in my line of work, your reputation matters a great deal.
Interesting. We might be able to help you tie up a loose end that is currently present amongst your hierarchy. Say, as some level of penance for what Gorbek has done, or maybe a form of payment toward using your amulet or badge of honor.
And you see now Marbaxus is really curious. He's kind of eyeing you. You get the sense he's trying to gauge any kind of deception here. You see he's getting a little flustered because he can't really seem to find any. And you can kind of see it a little bit in the eyes. It's like his head is starting to spin with all the different possibilities of where this will go. As he's kind of looking around, starts glancing at some of his other members of the court here.
I can assure you it's essentially just a two birds, one stone kind of thing. But you're more than welcome to ask around and see if anybody else might be a threat to your hierarchy here, or we can just kind of quell it now.
What exactly do you mean? There are constantly conflicts between different demonic houses. My hierarchy and position in the bureaucracy is always under a certain degree of danger. But I have come across all others who have challenged me, and they too have felt the horror of my retribution.
And you get the sense like he's telling you, like, it's odd because as he's saying this, you can kind of get like an undertone, like you can tell he's kind of starting to speak in code a little bit because he, I guess, is kind of gathered with your little repartee. He doesn't consider you an idiot, so he's like, like he assumes that you know what that you would have already contemplated that. So he's very interested. You can tell.
Well, as you may know, there are always workings of dealings of secrets. There are information and certain aspects of maybe certain individuals amongst your rank having information that may tarnish you amongst some of the other. What is this? This is the 72nd. What is it called? I apologize, Lord Marbaxus. I'm not incredibly familiar with how your regions work.
As he goes to answer, Volmalath kind of quickly intercedes.
Do not listen to them, my lord. They lie. They are treacherous humans. We might as well kill them. Kill them now.
And you
They're
see,
not
like,
addressing
Marbaxus's eyes just kind of dart over to Volmalath, and they glow like this. Kind of like a yellow of, like, dim coals. And as Volmalath kind of slinks back a little bit, Marbaxus goes,
I am 12th Planarch, Warden of Gate 72.
12th Planarch. There is a phrase or saying that I've learned in the Prime Material that when things happen, hit dogs will holler. I was just allowing you the opportunity to remove a specific threat to your Planarch.
I see. Are you suggesting that this is an enemy from within or without?
Oh, most definitely within.
You can see Marbaxus's eyes kind of glance around the room. Full Malath kind of steps forward again.
My lord, I swear it!
Marbaxus kind of looks over.
You seem quite interested in what they have to say, Volmalath.
Lord Marbaxus, if I may interject, it's more defensive.
Marbaxus is just kind of, he's looking very long and hard at Volmalat. You can kind of look at some of the other Barb Devils are kind of starting to trade glances a little bit. They're shifting a little uncomfortably. And you're kind of looking at Marbaxus like his entire countenance, because he's like a real like obese dude, like kind of really ugly Nurgle type guy. But as he's kind of looking at something, he is eyeing the people in this room, his servants, with this kind of psycho serial killer, half a step away between massacre kind of look. And it's like the tension is slowly rising in this room.
And then I will step back in as like all of this is happening. Again, Lord Marbaxus, our intention is to help you quell some of the anonymity, as well as take care of an issue that we see need to take care of. If you wouldn't mind, as again, either penance for dealing and issuing a problem of your countenance, or using your badge, we would happily take this threat back to the prime material and handle it.
He's kind of looking at you, kind of glancing around. Volmalat's kind of wringing his hands a little bit. Marbaxus kind of stares at you a long time, Yandere. His eyes flit over to Gorbek and is kind of weighing and appraising him very carefully. Then Marbaxus, you see kind of the anger drain from his face a little bit. Kind of leans back from the hunched forward kind of attack position he was in, and kind of takes back up his delicate air. Let us see. You see him kind of reach over on the desk, pull out a sheet of paper, pull out a pen that's kind of like a piece of spinal bone, and starts like dipping in like this blood red ink and starts writing. And once he's done, kind of lets the ink dry, slides the page over.
This is what I am suggesting. A deal to resolve at least one of our standing issues. You'll see it all here in red and white. The deal is this. You shall write the name of these betrayers on a sheet of paper. You will pass it over. You will then sign here stating that the names that you placed are indeed betrayers of my own inner workings. You will attest that the names you've written are true and that there is no deceit. Once that is signed, I will take a look at the page. If the names you provided me are indeed true, well, then I will relinquish my claim to your goblin soul. If you have lied, then your soul is mine. A high price, I understand, but truly, so long as you are not lying,
then there is no risk to you.
I look to the group and I say, I have no issue with signing my name, particularly. Any objections?
We know we're not lying.
Yandere will walk up to, I'm assuming, whatever desk or table is presented.
The large slate table.
Is this in common? I want to make sure that I'm able to read over the document before I move.
No, it's an infernal. And as you're kind of glancing, he's like, "Oh, right, sorry." He just kind of waves it away, and you see the letters shift into common.
Great.
Standard. It's just the way we do things here.
Understood. All right. Yandere looks over the documentation to make sure that there's no additional loophole or anything that looks like it may be off. It's just write the name, pass the paper, provide like a testament towards the information, and then from there, whether or not he acknowledges the person has bad faith or not, my soul is dual, whatever.
Yeah.
So Yandere will write the name of Volmalath, because I want to make sure I say it right, because I don't want to spell it right on the paper.
Kevin.
But in his
name is Craig. He lied to you.
Craig.
In his attestation, he specifically puts, like Yandere specifically puts, Volmalath has information that could jeopardize Lord Marbaxis' standing amongst the, what is it, just bureaucracy, and may have intent to use it to replace further on down the line. So that
and do you give any insight as to what that information is?
I don't at this exact moment. I just say that the deal was whether or not that person has ill intent.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you were going to do it to add credibility or something, or if that was.
I would say I will. No, I'm not going to add the additional information because I will get into that later. I'm not going to add the additional information at this moment. I'm just going to allow him to suss out the person that has a threat to his place and standing. So that's what I write there, and then I sign Yandere Evergale, and then slide the paper back over to him.
Aren't you Winter Yandere right now?
I am, but that's still the body of Yandere Evergale is. Oh, that would be interesting. Do I risk the soul of Reggie, or am I risking the soul of Yandere? And that's the DM question, because I don't want to put the wrong thing.
We need to know.
Yeah, I really do need to know that.
Good question.
I figured I'd point that out right now.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's very good.
That is a good question. Well, Reggie may be the one who verbally made the contract, but Yandere is the one who signed it.
Well, so I before I sign it, that's what I'm trying to verify. Should I be signing as Reggie? Because technically Reggie is the soul that is inhabiting a spirit, or a soul that is inhabiting the body of Yandere at this point.
So that's up to you. If you sign it Yandere, it's Yandere. If you sign it Reggie, it's Reggie.
I will also say, given the deal that you have with your ghost, anything that happens falls on Yandere's hands.
It does, which is why I'm also trying to think of like how Reggie would respond to this, because I don't think Reggie would do harm to Yandere, but like the deal is it. So I'm gonna sign Yandere Evergale. We're gonna just go that way. We're gonna go that route.
Okay. You're gonna turn back to Spring Yandere to be like, Reggie, you son of a bitch.
You only have 3 seasons now.
So he turns the paper and slides it back over to Lord Marbaxis.
Okay, as you slide it over and he sees that you kind of like signed to the other thing, it's like, very well. He kind of slides the contract off to the side, grabs the page, looks at it. You see his eyes kind of turn angry, and he glances over at Volmalath, and Volmalath's going,
No, my lord. They told me the information. They said it. We should kill them. They're outsiders. They know.
and then Marbaxis kind of is glancing over at you guys. He's like, the same time, he's like, a deal's a deal. And glances over at Volmalath. But you, my little friend, you knew that they knew, and yet you said nothing. Oh, nothing. No, my lord! And you see he's like trying to run away, but the other barb devils are like, shit, and kind of rush in to kind of restrain Volmalath. And Barbaxis is kind of slowly making his way. He's kind of ignoring you guys at this point. He goes, you,
Andre
my
has a question.
most treacherous creature, will suffer greatly. And as you're kind of like getting closer to him, like, he kind of like looking over at you, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Lord Marbaxis, again, I definitely turn over any decision-making in which you have in dealing with this particular entity or issue. I will ask, before you do so, that you will allow, at your honest grace, an opportunity for Gorbek to inflict some harm upon them as justification for taking the soul. That is an add-on, if you wouldn't mind.
I see. Kind of like looking down at Volmalath. Well, I suppose if that could be another two birds, one stone scenario. What do you think, Gorbek? Could this perhaps assuage some of your rage?
No. It's
Like, keep going, but you see Yadra just kind of slinks behind Lord Marbaxis and just like this.
He's always frustrated. He's like, fuck.
It's like, I interrupted a pissed off devil prince to make sure you got this opportunity, and you're telling me I didn't have to do that?
Here, go back. Throw this javelin at it.
But, yeah, so, alright, so he goes, well, very well. And he looks back at Volmalath, his eyes glowing again with that kind of infernal light. You and I, old friend, are going to have a very long conversation. Take him away. And Barb Devils kind of go and pull him back. Like, no! Please, my lord! As they're dragging him down. Arbaxis kind of stretches his shoulders a little bit. Well, it would seem we have handled one of our pieces of business. As to the other, you wish to gain temporary use of my medallion. As I said, there is a soul I might like you to free that lies within the realm of winter. I suppose you could say he is a very skilled individual, an Arcanoloth, one of the forms of higher demons that curates knowledge amongst the nine hells. He has information that I could use against others the very same way that this information could have been used against me. So, that information is quite valuable, and I think worth some use. And if you're going to the realm of winter anyway, well, then you might as well
take on another two birds, one stone scenario.
I'm gonna turn back and look at everybody else. I know this one is more my decision, but I'm just kind of making sure that nobody else is gonna.
I have something to say about it. I mean, by the end of this, you're gonna get your item back, and there'll be no one any the wiser if any of this really happened. So I don't know why we would try to agree to do this kind of thing, but a good favor, doing something for you, if it happens to be beneficial to us, could be something we could do, but we're not going to agree to some type of a contract with you.
You seem to be misunderstanding, Dwarfling. The information you've provided is beneficial and would be enough for me to relinquish my claim to your friend. This is also assuming that my amulet is returned to me. If you wish me to delay and lend you a very important artifact that is used in the keeping of my duties, well, then I need to be certain that being without those abilities is worth whatever prize I gain.
How long have you been without your amulet?
Your friend is... I'm kind of looking over at Gorbeck. Quite the wiry one.
How long since you noticed your amulet was gone?
Well, your friend was not subtle about his theft. He stole it right off from around my neck. Yes, I didn't think anyone can do that, but, well.
How long?
Roughly a month. So as you know, it has been quite a lot to atone for. But as I said, you've made good so far.
I'll kind of go over to Yandere. Yandere. Whispering quietly. Actually, I will wave my hands and cast message within close range of Yandere. He might be able to read it telepathically. I don't know. Yandere, how many times do you think we need to activate this amulet? 2, 4 times?
2, maybe 3 max. This is all telepathy.
Yeah, back and forth. How about we try to make some type of agreement saying we'll use the amulet no more than 6 times and it'll return it before then as part of the contract, because we don't need it that long. It's a matter of usage.
That's fair, and the only real penance that he needs is the returning of his amulet.
I'm sure there's something we can offer in return, some type of teleportation back to a place in the event that it's used more than the amount of times, kind of thing. Some type of conjuration contract.
There's a possibility that we just need to have him put some form of magic on the amulet itself to where it just returns the amulet. We don't have to do anything else with him. But if he's looking for an additional payment or some type of collateral, what are we going to offer him?
Sending it back, I don't really want him to be able to touch the amulet right now, because right now it's obscured.
Well, then there's no way for us to be able to guarantee that it's going to teleport us in a certain location or put it in a different place once we use it a certain amount of times.
Isn't there some kind of contract, a way we can cast a contract where if we plane shift more than X amount of times, it would bring us back here instead?
That is outside of my magic.
Could be Caleb in here. I cast sending to Caleb. Or I cast message to Caleb. Caleb, walk over here.
Caleb walks over there.
I can't do a three-way call, but we'll just have to whisper from now on. We huddle in close. Is there a way that we can agree, like, sign a contract, X amount of plane shifting before we have to return this thing? Without them having to touch this damn amulet?
That, yes.
Because we don't need it that much longer. And by agreeing to a contract, we kind of just put it out there. Like, that's the end-all be-all right there.
I would also say that he can essentially give us a scroll, like he just did, to summon one of his minions to bring it back to him when we're done. That way we don't have to come back here at all.
Yeah, Yandere was saying we need to maybe use it 3 times more. I was thinking we put a number like 5 or 6 or less and get it back to him that way. Or a time-wise portion of it, like he had it for a month. I don't think it's going to take us a month.
Well, we can't
Although
really. You know, it's like time is not linear in the Fae. Well, somebody left.
It was Galen.
His
Camera
camera
died.
finally
What's going on?
said nope. Saw the OBS logo flash on your camera for a brief second.
I don't even have OBS on.
No, that was his icon.
So we wouldn't be able to really put a time limit on it because we don't know how long it's going to be affected in the Fae, because it's not in this material, this plane. So I would simply put a number of usage on it, but maybe not even 6. 6 is extravagant. We only need maybe 4.
I recognize you are new to this world, but it is considered rude to whisper in the presence of a noble. I have been patient. What seems to be the problem, my friends?
The issue is whether or not you are going to get your badge back, correct? That is the highest point of concern on your end.
Yes, and the longer it is outside of my possession, if you are taking it off somewhere, there is a possibility you meet with misadventure, and then the amulet is lost in another plane of existence, and that's quite unfortunate. A risk. There is a risk.
Right, did we run the risk of you just taking it if we were to present it to you in some way?
Well, that is the point of deals. I presume you are looking for simply a way to traverse the plains. You don't need my amulet for that, do you?
No, but it's the most convenient right now.
We would need some form.
You do know the amulet comes with a risk. Put in the settings incorrectly and you never know where you'll end up.
Correct. The concern that we have is having something that will allow us to traverse the plains multiple times, not just simply one transportation to another plane and then being stuck there. So,
I suppose we could work something out.
a deal for some form of item that will allow us to traverse the plains for your badge.
Indeed. You see him go and snap his fingers. Kazirik! And then birth of flames and the little imp is sitting here going, yeah, master.
I wonder if he's the new number 2.
Marbax goes,
No doubt you remember my errand boy, Gazirik. He has a special ability of being able to travel between planes. Perhaps I could lend him to you for a time. To serve as a bit of a temporary familiar. He could help you travel around from place to place, at least while in your employ.
And also not void any form of the contract or deal by either leaving us stranded or causing us harm.
We can certainly factor that into the contract. This case, it will allow you to return the amulet, therefore we have no further business there. The only question at that point is, what sort of compensation will be required for Kazirik's services?
Yeah, we have
That's way off. No, we'll just go with 6 right now.
nope.
Yeah.
Actually, might be a good place to stop, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I suppose that's true. We're already a quarter after, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, Marbaxus has given you guys some stuff to think about. And well, I guess we'll have to see how you guys respond next week. Because we're just keeping going, man. Plus, that's probably good, because, I mean, who knows how much longer my voice will hold out.
Already
So,
coughing.
reminder, this Thursday, 8 p.m. Central, we have Adjacent with Jace. Rab is going to be on. And then the following week, or, next Thursday, we'll also have Adjacent with Jace, I believe. And then, of course, next week on Tuesday, we'll have our regular Tuesday game. 7 o'clock Central.
Ooh. Exciting.
Yep. Yeah, and I like the streak that we're on, like everyone being here.
Don't.
I think,
You mentioned it. It breaks the rules.
well, yeah.
Well, see you
But-
guys Thursday at 8 o'clock. That way we can ask all kinds of questions, and I have a cool game set up for Rab.
Oh, I'm
make
gonna
him-
fail.
To make him feel bad.
Is it a drinking
You
game?
do that without it.
We don't do that.
Because that would make him feel good.
This is
Except maybe afterwards if he drinks too much.
we see who can eat the most activated charcoal.
Yep, food at the door. Be right back.
Good night,
Food at the
everyone.
door.
See you
Good
Thursday at
night.
8.